Chapter 130. Red Xlingfeng? Lin Tian raised his head and looked over, only to see the blue-clothed youth's cold expression, like an unsheathed heavenly blade. He's from the Lung family, Lin Tian thought to himself. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Lung Feng. In comparison, the 4 senior disciples beside Lung Feng paled in comparison. He's so handsome. If only I could marry him. There were many onlookers in front of the imperial courtyard. Some socialites and young ladies were staring at Lung Feng with sparkling eyes. Don't be silly. Not only is he the future heir of the Lung family, but he's also ranked 7th on the imperial city's billboard. You guys are not qualified to touch him. Lin Tian was slightly surprised when he heard those voices. 7th on the imperial city's billboard. He thought to himself. He had been in the imperial city for a few days. Naturally, he had heard about the billboard in the imperial city. The billboard only included the top 10 young cultivators in the imperial city. Those who were on the billboard could only be between the ages of 16 to 20. Lung Feng looked like he was only 18. To be able to rank 7th on the billboard, he must be very powerful. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of horses galloping could be heard from afar. A sedan came from the side and attracted many people's attention. When the curtain of the sedan was pulled open, many people's eyes widened. Old General Ji's granddaughter, the #1 prodigy in the imperial city, ranked 6th on the billboard. She's here too. She's so beautiful. Speaking of which, why is this prodigy here today? Maybe she's here to see the new students of the imperial courtyard. Impossible. This happens every year in the imperial courtyard. I've never seen her here before. Many people's eyes lit up as they stared at Jiyu. At the same time, many people found it strange because the #1 beauty in the imperial city did not belong to the Northern Flame imperial courtyard. She rarely went out and did not care about many things. Why would she be at the entrance of the imperial courtyard today? This caused most people to feel that it was strange. Needless to say, Jiyu's appearance instantly overshadowed Lung Feng's limelight. At this moment, almost everyone's attention was on Jiyu, including some of the imperial city socialites. Jiyu poked her head out of the sedan chair and looked around as if she was searching for something. Soon, she spotted Lin Tian among the 200 or so new students. She smiled at Lin Tian and waved her hand. Lin Tian instantly became a little embarrassed. Gosh, the #1 genius girl in the imperial city seems to be waving at someone. Who is it? I can't believe he has such an honor. It seems to be one of the new students. Who is it? Many people stared at the 200 freshmen. Beside the middle-aged man, Lung Feng glanced at Jiyu in the distance. His gaze fell on the 200 or so new students, and then he glanced at Lin Tian. Lin Tian suddenly felt an oppressive gaze. He raised his head and saw Lung Feng looking at him indifferently. This made him frown. At this moment, the middle-aged man spoke again. Everyone, form 5 rows and head to Demonic Beast Ridge. Hearing the middle-aged man's voice, the 200 or so new students moved in unison. Soon, they formed 5 rows and headed to Demonic Beast Ridge under the lead of Lung Feng and the other senior disciples. In the crowd, Lin Tian turned his head and looked in Ji Yu's direction. Seeing Lin Tian looking over, Ji Yu seemed a little happy and waved at Lin Tian. Lin Tian immediately knew that Ji Yu came for him. This rhythm is a little strange. Lin Tian mumbled. Even though he had saved Ji Yu's life, Ji Yu shouldn't have gone to this extent. How could he know that although Ji Yuanshan had never told Ji Yu about bearing the array naked, at that time, Ji Yu had seen everything with her own eyes. As the #1 prodigy in the imperial city, Ji Yu was the center of attention. However, she was a very traditional girl. Since then, the pale face had been imprinted in her heart. Another person in the crowd noticed this scene. It was Lung Yitong. Damn it! Lung Yitong gritted his teeth and stared viciously at Lin Tian. Lin Tian cultivated the Heavenly One Soul technique and had extremely strong senses. He instantly sensed Lung Yidong's gaze. He tilted his head and glanced at Lung Yidong indifferently. Then he turned his head away again. Lung Yidong was infuriated by Lin Tian's behavior. He felt that Lin Tian was looking down on him. "Little bastard, just you wait." Lung Yidong cursed in a low voice. A cold, murderous glint flashed across his eyes. More than 200 new students walked together on the streets of the imperial city. Their steps were slow but powerful, causing a rhythmic sound to be heard. On the streets, countless pedestrians made way for the 200 new students. They stared at the new students with sparkling eyes. That was because these 200 new students were the absolute prodigies of the Northern Flame country. Lin Tian followed the new students and crossed the streets. Soon, they were out of the imperial city's main gate, the great entrance examination of the Northern Flame country. These guys, they look so strong. Nonsense. There are hundreds of cities in the Northern Flame country and countless people. Only these 200 new students are selected. They are all exceptional prodigies. Discussions could be heard all around. Everyone jog forward. At this moment, the middle-aged man shouted again. They had already walked out of the imperial city. Along the main road, the 200 new students started to jog. All of these people were young experts. When they ran together like this, it caused the ground to tremble, and their impetus could be said to be extremely shocking. After about 2 hours, a vast primeval forest appeared in front of them. Lin Tian looked ahead and saw lush old trees. There was a violent, demonic aura emanating from them. It's bigger and more dangerous than the dark forest. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Even though they were still at the edge of the demonic beast ridge, Lin Tian could already sense that this primeval forest was not simple. At this moment, everyone stopped. The middle-aged man looked at the 200 new students with bright eyes and shouted, "Get ready. We will enter the demonic beast ridge in half an hour. You must go 3,000 feet into the demonic beast ridge within a day. Those who do not reach this standard within a day will be disqualified. In the following half a month, if anyone appears beyond 3,000 feet, they will be disqualified. Within half a month, if anyone attacks their companions, they will be disqualified. Do you understand?" "Understood," the new students replied in unison. "Very good." The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. The 200 new students stood quietly. Almost all of them were staring at the primeval forest in front of them. Their eyes shone brightly, and they were eager to take action. Half an hour passed quickly. "Everyone, enter the forest," the middle-aged man shouted. In an instant, all the new students moved. Most of them rushed into the demonic beast ridge. These people were all geniuses and elites. Naturally, they were not afraid of the primeval forest. Lin Tian Sui was among the crowd, and he quickly entered the demonic beast ridge. As soon as Lin Tian entered the demonic beast ridge, he felt an even more shocking, desolate aura. There was a strong demonic aura lingering in the air, giving people a sense of oppression. Lin Tian did not pay much attention to it. He walked deeper into the demonic beast ridge. The distance of 3,000 feet was neither short nor long. As Lin Tian walked, he could occasionally hear the roars of demonic beasts. From time to time, there would be a hurricane from the depths. Swoosh! Not long after, a LV-3 demonic beast rushed from the side, waving its black claws to grab Lin Tian. Lin Tian moved to the side to avoid the demonic beast and slapped it. With a bang, the demonic beast was sent flying. It crashed into an old tree and fell to the ground. Lin Tian had reached the second layer of the divine range. It was easy for him to kill a third sky demonic beast. A mere LV-3 demonic beast was nothing to him. Soon an hour passed. In the next hour, Lin Tian was attacked by dozens of demonic beasts. Of course, he killed all of them. At this time, he was within 3,000 feet of the demonic beast ridge. In this place, the roars of demonic beasts were even more shocking. The demonic aura lingering in the air was even more violent. Lin Tian jumped onto an old tree and looked around. There were many demonic beasts moving in front of him. They were all extraordinary. Most of them were LV for demonic beasts. Swoosh! A LV for demonic beast noticed him and rushed over. It was a thunder cliff monkey. It was agile with chopstick-like claws and a pair of red demonic eyes. Lin Tian didn't expect to be attacked by a LV4 demonic beast as soon as he stepped into this area. Moreover, it was a thunder cliff monkey that was comparable to the second sky of the divine range. He couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't easy to survive in such an environment for half a month. It was really difficult to enter the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. Of course, it was just a thought. Lin Tian didn't care about a mere thunder cliff monkey. Lin Tianyi turned his body slightly and kicked out. Roar! The thunder cliff monkey let out a miserable cry and fell several feet away. The other LV4 demonic beasts noticed the abnormality and looked over. Their eyes were blood red. Lin Tian had a bad premonition and immediately left in a flash. He wasn't afraid of a LV4 demonic beast. Dozens of demonic beasts were nothing. However, if hundreds of demonic beasts pounced on him at once, he could only run even if he was stronger. Phew! After evading the LV4 demonic beasts, Lin Tian let out a long breath. Right at this time, Lin Tian's heart suddenly stirred, feeling over a dozen chills. Humph! A cold snort sounded, and a young man walked out, followed by 11 black-robed men. Lung Yitong. Lin Tian squinted his eyes. Lung Yitong put his hands behind his back and stared coldly at Lin Tian. You're lucky to have survived the last time in Fengjian City. However, you're really stupid. How dare you come to the Imperial City and be so arrogant in front of me? Don't you know that the Imperial City is my territory? You're digging your own grave. Thinking about what happened a few months ago, Lung Yitong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Tian looked at Lung Yitong. He wasn't surprised that Lung Yitong knew his identity. After all, the Lung family was one of the 3 major families in the Imperial City. It wasn't hard for them to find out his identity. His eyes landed on 11 men behind Lung Yitong and said indifferently, "These people aren't new to the assessment. They shouldn't be here." The 11 men in black were all middle-aged men. So what? I've already said that the Imperial City is my territory. In my territory, I can do whatever I want. I have countless ways to make you unable to survive in the Imperial City. For example, you'll die now. Lung Yitong said. Chapter 131. As one of the big families in the Imperial City, the Lung family was undoubtedly powerful. Lung Feng was the supervisor of this assessment, so it was naturally easy for him to let some of the family's experts into the demonic Beast Ridge for the Imperial Courtyard assessment. When Lung Yitong found out about Lin Tian's true identity and his purpose in coming to the Imperial City, he started to make preparations. "You will die today," Lung Yitong said. "Die." Lin Tian squinted his eyes. "Are you sure that the people you brought can kill me?" The 11 black-clothed men weren't weak, but Lin Tian didn't put them in his eyes. "It's enough." Lung Yitong sneered. Lung Yitong obviously didn't want to waste any more words with Lin Tian. He waved his right hand and a dozen men rushed out. These men were obviously experts. They were extremely fast and rushed towards Lin Tian in an arc. "You can't kill me." Lin Tian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and he met one of the men with a punch. With a pung sound, the leader of the group exchanged a punch with him and was forced to retreat several steps. His face immediately revealed a look of shock. "Attack together. Don't give him any chance to fight back." Lung Yitong said coldly. Lung Yitong didn't move, but the 11 middle-aged men gathered together and attacked like 11 sharp knives. Among the 11 men, 7 of them were in the 2nd level of the Divine Pulse Realm, and 4 of them were in the 3rd level. They were much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same level, which gave Lin Tianyi some pressure. However, this little bit of pressure was nothing much. Lin Tian stomped on the ground and pounced on the man on his right, throwing out a punch. It was a simple punch, but there wasn't any tyrannical aura. The black-clothed man opposite Lin Tian was at the second level of the divine vein realm. At this moment, he raised his fist to meet Lin Tian's attack. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. His fist missed Lin Tian, and Lin Tian's fist landed firmly on his body. Puff! The man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He crashed into an old tree and stopped moving. Meteorite-shattering fist, killing in one blow. Seeing this scene, the others were shocked. An expert at the second level of the divine vein realm was killed so easily. Lung Yitong stared at Lin Tian with a gloomy expression, and the killing intent in his eyes grew thicker. I said that they shouldn't have come in for 2 reasons. Lin Tian turned to look at Lung Yitong. First, they are not new students who are not qualified to come in. Second, once they came in, they can't leave. Facing so many experts, Lin Tian appeared very calm. Arrogant. Kill them. Yitong shouted. The 10 of them received the order, and each of them drew a long saber from their backs. Instantly, the saber light swept out in all directions. The of the sword, sword of the origin, sword of the divine, pulse, realm, clang. The first's Az's S of the divine, divine of this of the life's use swords. Of the Yitong's S-Yitong's, Liza S is of Yitong of the off, the of the many of the of S's words made Lung Yitong's expression even more sinister. Until I kill you, Lung Yitong said. As Lung Yitong's words fell, the remaining 9 men moved again. They all charged at Lin Tian. Suddenly, the cold sword's chi swept across the sky and chopped many old trees into pieces. Lin Tian was calm in the face of the 9 men's attacks. He held the sword of the origin sword in his hand and swept through the crowd. Wherever the sword went, it was unstoppable. Puff! After a few breaths, the 3rd man died under his sword. Come on, he said calmly. The shocking wind sword art was unleashed to the limit by him, like a cold wind winding around his surroundings. Every move, every style, extremely tyrannical, yet at the same time incomparably ethereal, hard to fathom. Use the soul-chasing puppet, a man in black shouted. The soul-chasing puppet was the Lung family's most famous martial technique. Only the direct descendants of the family were qualified to practice it. The side branches could only practice the incomplete, soul-chasing puppet. Even so, the incomplete, soul-chasing puppet was still very powerful. Its name was known throughout the imperial city. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the 8 men's movements became several times faster. They surrounded Lin Tian like swimming dragons. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The pressure suddenly increased. Lung Yitong stared at Lin Tian and said, Yesterday you were able to break my soul-chasing puppet because I had just started practicing this martial technique. I could only control less than 10% of it, but these people are different. Although they practice the incomplete, soul-chasing puppet, they have at least 30% of it. Let's see how you're going to defend yourself against this 30% soul-chasing puppet. Is that so? Then watch carefully. Lin Tian said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly swayed. He dodged 3 swords chi and appeared in front of a man in black. You, the man in black's expression changed. He could not help but take a step back. This step was like stepping into the gates of hell. Kill! A cold word floated out. Lin Tian's figure flashed past and a head flew out. Sword of lightning. At this moment, Lung Yitong stared at Lin Tian again. His expression changed. Lin Tian's speed was too fast. He was able to avoid the 7 swords chi and kill another man at the same time. This was far beyond his expectations. How is this possible? Lung Yitong's expression was a little ugly. The Lung family's soul-chasing puppet could be avoided. Soul-chasing puppet? The name is impressive. Unfortunately, it's only nice to hear but useless. Lin Tian mocked. He had mastered the yin yang puppet. This movement technique was said to be able to cross thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with a single step. It could be said to be the true speed of heaven and earth. How could a mere soul-chasing puppet be compared to the yin yang puppet? Lin Tian's gaze swept across the surroundings. In this place, out of the 11 black-clothed men, only 7 remained. Kill them! Kill them! Lung Yitong shouted. The remaining 7 men did not dare to hesitate. Lung Yitong was the son of the family leader. He had a very high status. The 7 of them used the soul-chasing puppet while performing powerful martial techniques. Suddenly, a tyrannical true essence spread out like a tidal wave in all directions. Lin Tian was expressionless. The sword of origin shook and the sword momentum changed. A thunderous sound was heard. First sword. A cold voice was heard. He took a step forward and a thunderbolt slashed across. It went into the chest of a man in black. The 5th man was dead. Second sword. The cold voice was heard again. It was like the call of the Grim Reaper. With a puff, an arm of a man in black was chopped off. Then, an iron fist landed on his chest. Bang! The man was sent flying. Blood gushed out of his mouth, mixed with pieces of his heart. His neck tilted, and he stopped moving. The 6th man was dead. Third sword. The sound of the sword reverberated. The 7th man's throat was pierced, and he fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 11 men in black were left. The 4 of them were experts in the 3rd level of the divine pulse realm. However, when they stared at Lin Tian, their faces changed slightly. There was some fear in them. In the eyes of the 4 men, the 16-year-old young man in front of them was like a sword god. His sword intent was too terrifying. Trash! The 11 of you attacked together, but you couldn't even kill one of them. Lung Yitong scolded. The remaining 4 men had ugly expressions. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. But he did not dare to refute a single word. Lin Tian smiled coldly. He suddenly turned to Lung Yitong and said, "According to the rules of the imperial courtyard, freshmen are not allowed to fight and kill each other. However, since you attacked first, it's different." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian flashed like a ghost and appeared in front of Lung Yitong. "You'd slap." Lin Tian slapped Lung Yitong in the face. Instantly, Lung Yitong was sent flying. "Protect the young master," one of the 4 men shouted. The 4 of them rushed toward Lin Tian together. "Get lost," Lin Tianling said. He shook his right hand and used the Azure Thunder Sword technique. Boom! As of now, he had already grasped 40% of the Azure Thunder Sword art. This sword attack contained 40% of the Azure Thunder Sword art's essence, and it was comparable to a mid-grade Divine Vein Realm martial skill. This sword attack forced the 4 of them to vomit blood and fly away. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at Lung Yitong. He walked toward him step by step. "A few months ago, you sent someone to assassinate me in Fengjian City. This is the 2nd time. In your words, you're courting death." He raised the origin restoring sword and slashed at Lung Yitong mercilessly. At this moment, a sword whistled and fell from the sky. Lin Tian's expression changed. He immediately retreated a few feet away. He looked up and saw a giant eagle hovering in the sky above the demonic beast ridge. Lung Feng, who was dressed in blue, was looking at Lin Tian indifferently. In the next moment, Lung Feng jumped down from the giant eagle and landed beside Lung Yitong. "Big brother!" Lung Yitong shouted in surprise. He then looked at Lin Tian viciously. The 4 black-clothed men in the distance were also delighted. One of them called out, "Young master." Lin Tian looked at Lung Feng and straightened his body. "Ha! The representative of the imperial courtyard's supervisor. Lin Tian sneered. Lung Feng was expressionless. He shook the long sword in his hand and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. This sword strike was really too fast and also too powerful. He hurriedly executed the azure lightning sword technique to meet the attack, yet he was blasted flying with a bang, and a mouthful of blood essence instantly sprayed out. Lung Yidong stood up from the ground and stared at Lin Tian coldly. "I told you that you'll die today." Then Lung Yitong looked at Lung Feng and said, "Big brother, just cripple him. I want to torture him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Lung Feng's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward and walked toward Lin Tian casually. Lung Feng swung his sword casually again. Lin Tian performed the Azure Thunder sword technique to its limit. Unfortunately, he still could not block the attack. He was sent flying again. The young expert ranked 7th on the Wind Cloud leaderboard is indeed powerful. Lin Tian thought to himself as he stared at Lung Feng. Lin Tian knew very well that he was no match for Lung Feng. Lung Feng was much stronger than him. "Little bastard, aren't you very powerful? Come on, try taking another blow for my big brother." Lung Yidong laughed. Lin Tian stood up straight and glanced at Lung Yidong with disdain. Then his gaze landed on Lung Feng. "If we don't fight today, you two brothers and your Lung family won't be able to get away with it." "Don't fight today? What a joke. Do you still have a tomorrow?" Lung Yitong mocked. Lung Feng was still expressionless. He raised his hand and swung his sword at Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled. In the next moment, his body faded and disappeared from everyone's sight. Lung Feng's powerful sword slashed through the place where Lin Tian was standing. It passed through the air and cut a huge tree in half. Lin Tian was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Everyone's expression changed. Even Lung Feng could not help but frown. End of chapter. Chapter 132. Lin Tian knew very well that he was no match for Lung Feng. The difference in their combat strength was too great. Therefore, when Lung Feng's third attack came, he decisively took out a Gale rune scroll and hid himself to escape. This, looking at where Lin Tian had been standing, the group of people revealed shocked expressions. How could a person disappear just like that? Lung Feng frowned and looked at Lung Yidong. "I'm not sure either." Lung Yidong shook his head. He thought for a while and suddenly said, "Oh right, that little bastard is a formation manipulator." "Is this the work of a formation manipulator?" "Formation manipulator." Lung Feng's expression changed. "You didn't tell me that he's a formation manipulator." "He's just a formation manipulator. You're overreacting, brother." Lung Yitong frowned. Lung Feng's expression darkened. He wanted to slap Lung Yitong. "Just a formation manipulator? There are a few formation manipulators in our family. Have you seen any formation manipulator that young? What if he has a terrifying teacher behind him? Do you know how big of an impact that will bring to our family?" Lung Yitong was shocked. He did not expect the situation to be so serious. However, after a pause, his expression turned vicious again. He gritted his teeth and said, "So what if he's a formation manipulator? He's so close to Xiaoyu. He must die. He must die. Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu!" Lung Feng really wanted to slap his useless brother. "Do you think you can lay your hands on that woman? Don't think you're so great just because you're the young master of the Lung family. Even the crown prince was rejected. What chance do you have? Go back and take a good look at yourself." Lung Yitong clenched his fists. His face was pale. Not far away, the 4 men in black did not even dare to breathe. They looked at the two of them carefully. Lung Feng's expression did not look good. He stared at Lung Yidong and said after a while, "Forget it. It's impossible to reconcile now." As he spoke, a cold glint flashed across Lung Feng's eyes. He looked at one of the 4 black-robed men and said in a deep voice, Go back to your family and bring more men with you. Today's matter must be done flawlessly." "Yes, young master." The man in black accepted the order and left quickly. Lung Yitong was elated. "You're indeed big brother." Lung Feng glanced at Lung Yitong coldly. "I'll deal with you after the imperial courtyard assessment." At this moment, Lin Tian had already fled far away and sat down in a small cave. The cave was about 10 feet high and was about 10 square meters wide. This Lung Feng is probably at the 7th level of the Divine Veins realm. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. After forcefully receiving 2 of Lung Feng's sword strikes, he had suffered heavy injuries, and the blood and qi in his body were surging. Sitting down cross-legged, Lin Tian began to circulate the 4 extremities meridian, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to quickly heal his injured body. During this process, he was extremely careful. He only circulated his 4 extremities meridian slowly, not daring to make too much of a commotion. About 4 hours later, he opened his eyes again. His injuries were mostly healed. After a short pause, Lin Tian walked out of the small cave. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. The old forest was filled with a violent demonic aura. Lin Tian was very cautious as he walked through the ancient forest. He activated the Heavenly One Soul art to keep an eye on his surroundings. Clang! About 15 minutes later, a terrifying energy sword fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tiansong had flashed several zhang away. A deep sword mark had been left on the spot where he had stood just now. He looked up and saw a familiar giant eagle circling in the sky. Lung Feng was standing on the eagle's back. How convenient! Lin Tianlung cursed and turned to flee. Instantly, the sound of swords whistling could be heard. Streaks of ear-piercing sword qi fell in all directions. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He stepped on the Yinyang Ho and dodged in all directions with the old forest. He seemed to be in a sorry state. After all, Lung Feng was attacking from the sky. He had an absolute advantage. Lin Tian did not stop running. He was no match for Lung Feng. Kill him! At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Dozens of figures rushed out of the old forest. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. "You can't escape, you little bastard!" Lung Yitong sneered. Dozens of people rushed forward and surrounded Lin Tian in an instant. These people were all experts from the Lung family. They were the elites of the Lung family who had been summoned after the 11 people. "I have said that the imperial city is my territory. You're dead meat," Lung Yitong said coldly. As he spoke, Lung Yitong waved his hand. Instantly, all kinds of martial techniques swept out. Lin Tian was surrounded by dozens of people. He was in a tight spot. After all, these people were all experts. Almost all of them were at the 3rd heaven of the divine range. "You've put in a lot of effort to kill me. No wonder you're one of the 3 major martial arts families in the imperial city," Lin Tianlung said. He swung the sword of origin restoring. The azure thunder sword swept out in all directions. With a puff, one of the black-clothed men was hit by his sword. He fell into a pool of blood and died on the spot. "Be careful. This person is not simple," one of the black-clothed men shouted. The other black-clothed men nodded. They became more cautious when they attacked. At the same time, Lin Tian fought with these dozens of people. He kept dodging the saber lights. Soon, some of his clothes were torn. Clang! An ear-piercing sword energy rang out. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It fell from the sky. Lung Feng attacked again. Lin Tian was surrounded by dozens of people. Although he sensed the sword, he was blocked when he tried to dodge. The sword pierced through his arm. Blood splattered everywhere. "Kill!" One of the black-clothed men seized the opportunity and attacked. Lin Tian retreated in pain. He swung the sword of origin restoring. With a puff, the black-clothed man screamed. His right hand holding the sword was sent flying. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Lung Feng in the sky. His eyes were cold. Lung Feng was expressionless, but his eyes were very cold. He swung his sword again. His killing intent surged. Swoosh! Lin Tian stepped on the duality puppet and quickly dodged the attack. After staring at Lung Feng for a while, Lin Tian's figure disappeared again. He faded from the dozens of people's sight. What? The dozens of black-clothed men were shocked. Lung Yidong was moved. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! Lung Feng's expression changed, and his brows furrowed tightly together. Just now, he had been using his sword to lock onto Lin Tian to prevent Lin Tian from suddenly disappearing. But now, Lin Tian had easily disappeared from right under his nose without any warning. It seems like only a Psyche Ocean Realm powerhouse can see through that trick. Lung Feng muttered to himself, Big brother, what should we do? Lung Yidong looked up. Lung Feng said there's a limit to how long he can hide. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared again. Spread out with them and do a carpet search. I'll ride the ardent hawk in the sky. I'll alert you when I find him. As he spoke, Lung Feng rode the demon hawk higher in the sky. Spread out. We must find that little bastard. Lung Yitong shouted, Yes, young master. The dozens of black-clothed men quickly spread out. However, they kept a short distance from each other so that they could provide support at any time. Lin Tian had already escaped a few hundred feet away and hid in a pile of rocks. Holding his arm that was pierced by Lung Feng, Lin Tian took out some medicine from his stone ring to stop the bleeding. He only felt better after applying it on the wound. Lung Feng! Looking at the sky through the cracks of the rocks, Lin Tian's face was extremely cold. He wasn't afraid of Lung Yidong or the dozens of black-clothed men. The key was Lung Feng. This person was too strong. He wasn't someone he could fight against now. This is bad. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He had used up the remaining 2 Gale runes. He couldn't hide anymore. The Northern Flame Imperial Academy's assessment required the freshman to survive for more than half a month. It was difficult for him to avoid Lung Feng and Lung Yidong during this period. After all, he needed to find food and water. He couldn't hide in one place all the time. During this process, Lung Feng would be able to find him easily with his bird-type demonic beast hovering in the sky. 4 or 5 days, Lin Tian stayed in the pile of rocks. On the 5th day, he couldn't take it anymore. After all, he was only in the divine pulse realm. He was still immortal. He needed to eat and drink. Otherwise, he would die. After looking around carefully, Lin Tian dashed out like a shadow. Near the pile of rocks, Lin Tian found some wild fruits and finally quenched his thirst. I'll go back and squat. Lin Tian thought to himself. At this moment, a cold sword light flashed in the sky and approached him quickly. Lin Tian dodged quickly. After dodging the sword light, he swept his sword coldly in the air. Clang! What greeted him was Lung Feng's second strike. At the same time, many black figures dashed toward him from all directions. Their weapons were glowing with killing light. Lin Tian cursed inwardly and ran away. Go after him. Whoever can get that bastard's head will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit coins. Lung Yitong shouted. Instantly, the dozens of black-clothed men sped up. Their attacks became more frenzied. Clang! 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 Lin Tian held the Sword of Origin and fought with the dozens of black-clothed men. He retreated as he fought. High up in the sky, Lung Feng had been staring at Lin Tian the whole time. After continuously slashing his sword dozens of times, he did not see Lin Tian disappear again. Finally, he jumped down and landed in the old forest from the back of the giant eagle. He held his sword and charged at Lin Tian. Like a flash of light, Lung Feng closed in on Lin Tian in an instant. Lin Tian was shocked by Lung Feng's speed. He quickly stepped on the yin and yang rock to dodge. At the same time, he raised the Sword of Origin to block. Clang! With a crisp sound, the sword of origin was cut in half by Lung Feng. Lin Tian was blown away by the remaining force. Staring at the long sword in Lung Feng's hand, Lin Tian's pupils shrank. Low-grade, bejeweled weapon. Is this the Lung family's soul-chasing puppet? What do you think? Lung Yitong walked over. Lung Feng did not say a word. He did not give Lin Tian any time to react. He held the low-grade, bejeweled weapon and slashed it down. Lin Tian's face darkened. He raised the sword of origin and threw it at Lung Feng. Lung Feng swung his sword to deflect the broken sword of returning origin, but he saw that Lin Tian had already fled. Go after him, Lung Feng shouted. He was the first to chase after Lin Tian. Lung Feng had almost reached the phenomenal realm of the Lung family's soul-chasing puppet. With his powerful cultivation, he was naturally very fast. Lin Tian looked back and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Lung Feng's speed was not any slower than his. Damn it! Cursing in his heart, Lin Tian quickened his pace again. Gradually, the surroundings became quiet. The roars of the demonic beasts were obviously much weaker. Suddenly, there was a wisp of purple-black fog in the air. It came from the dense forest in front of them. Lin Tian was shocked. He stopped in his tracks. Behind him, Lung Feng also stopped. He stared ahead and said in a low voice, "Rotten poison forest!" Chapter 133. Remember literature building in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The purplish-black mist lingered in the air. Lin Tian stared ahead. The old trees became thinner, and the space became darker. He felt a sense of danger. He turned around and looked at Lung Feng. Lung Feng's eyes flickered. Apparently he was afraid of this place. This made Lin Tian even more vigilant. Surrender, Lung Feng said. Is that possible? Lin Tianling said coldly, I'm still waiting to deal with you two brothers. Lung Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Without another word, he swung his sword at Lin Tian. A long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. It was the Broken Wound Sword, an upper-grade spiritual weapon that he had taken from Su Muyang. Holding the Broken Wound Sword, he performed the Azure Thunder sword technique to the extreme. He swung his sword, bringing along a blinding thunderbolt. Boom! The two collided, and the violent airflow swept out in all directions. Lin Tian took a few steps back. He felt the blood in his body churning. Lung Feng did not move, but his eyes flickered a few times. Being at the second level of the Holy Range, Lung Feng had such combat strength. He killed more than 10 experts of the Lung family and resisted him until now. He was indeed extraordinary. This made the murderous intent in Lung Feng's heart thicken. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The other members of the Lung family all rushed over. Lung Yidong looked ahead. His expression froze for a moment. Then he stared at Lin Tianling and laughed. Run! Why aren't you running? Apparently, Lung Yitong knew Elder Lin very well. Lin Tian held the Broken Wound Sword and stood straight. He scanned the crowd coldly. At this moment, the road ahead was completely blocked. Lung Feng stood in the middle. He could not break out no matter what. There was only one way behind. Looking behind him, there was a purple mist lingering. It seemed like there was an evil spirit in it. Lung Yitong, Lung Feng, pray that I die. Otherwise, your Lung family will never have a day of peace. Lin Tianling sneered. He sheathed his sword and coldly glanced at Lung Yitong and Lung Feng. Then he stomped his feet on the ground and retreated. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the poisonous forest. Lung Feng was stunned for a moment. He frowned but heaved a sigh of relief. Once they entered the corrosive poison forest, even experts at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm wouldn't be able to come out alive. They would be poisoned to death by the miasma. As such, today's matter could be considered to have come to an end. Reckless fool! How dare you step into a place like this? Lung Yitong snorted. Lung Feng ordered the dozens of black-robed men to return to the clan. He glanced at Lung Yitong before he turned around and left. Lung Yitong looked into the corrosive poison forest and sneered. This is the result of fighting with me. With that, Lung Yitong turned around and left arrogantly. Inside the poisonous forest, the purplish-black mist was even thicker, like a dense forest. Inside the forest, Lin Tian had only walked a few dozen feet when his body suddenly trembled violently. A heart-wrenching pain came from within his body. At the same time, his vision slowly became blurry. His limbs were numb, and waves of dizziness quickly assaulted his mind. Is this poison? Lin Tian's heart sank to the bottom. He had only entered the corrosive poison forest for a short while, but he had already experienced such a reaction. Lin Tian stopped and sat down cross-legged, circulating his 4 extremities meridian to resist. Faint, silvery glossy, intertwined within his body. As the spiritual energy surged, it brought along even more purplish black mist. It surged into his body, causing him to tremble violently. He opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. There were actually black strands in the blood. Lin Tian's pupils shrank. He was poisoned. Cursing under his breath, Lin Tian quickly tried to think of a way to neutralize this poison. At this moment, he only felt as if there were numerous flying knives rampaging through his body. The purplish-black mist that entered his body was constantly corroding his internal organs. The heart-wrenching pain continued to surge. Gradually, Lin Tianji felt his consciousness blurring. Buzz! At this moment, a ray of light lit up in the dusky, corrosive poison forest. Lin Tian's mind shook. Looking down, he saw the sword pattern in the center of his right hand suddenly light up. Streaks of light spread from his arm to his entire body. Wherever these streaks passed, he could clearly feel the purplish-black mist in his body disappearing bit by bit. It was being refined by a mysterious force. After about half an hour, the sword pattern dimmed and the streaks of light also disappeared. Lin Tian blinked. He felt his entire body suddenly become refreshed. The dizziness and weakness from before had all disappeared. His body became incomparably light. Standing up, Lin Tian tried to take a deep breath. He discovered that the purplish-black mist around him had no effect on him. Good stuff! Looking at the sword pattern in the center of his right hand, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. This thing could actually neutralize poison. At this moment, a gust of wind blew from the front. The purplish-black mist flowed like water. Although Lin Tian had developed an immunity to this kind of poison, he still choked and couldn't help but cough. After a few breaths, Lin Tian stopped coughing. He raised his head and looked into the depths of the forest. He frowned slightly. This thing floated from the depths. Could there be something there? Lin Tian whispered. Standing in place, Lin Tian hesitated for a moment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and braced himself to walk into the depths of the forest. The ground of the corrosive poison forest was obviously much more humid than outside. Lin Tian discovered that not only were there few trees here, but they were also almost all withered. Large yellow leaves fell to the ground, making a chi-chi-chi sound when stepped on. Following the direction of the purple mist, Lin Tian carefully walked forward. Along the way, he discovered many corpses of demonic beasts on the ground. Almost all of them were level 3 and level 2 demonic beasts. Some had just died, while others had died a long time ago. They must have been poisoned to death after accidentally entering the forest. Gradually, the purple mist became thicker and thicker. It was also at this moment that a huge pool appeared in front of him. That is... Lin Tian's pupils shook. Looking around, the pool was about 100 feet wide. A huge demonic beast's corpse was lying in the pool. The demonic beast's blood almost dyed the pool red. Lin Tian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Level 7 Demonic Beast, Poison Fire Lizard. Level 7 Demonic Beast. This was a terrifying existence comparable to the Sea of Knowledge realm. It actually died here. Moreover, Lin Tian finally understood why this forest had such a terrifying poisonous mist. It was because the poison fire lizard was originally highly toxic. After it died, the poison in its body decomposed and formed a mist that floated in this ancient forest. Staring at the poison fire lizard's corpse, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly brightened. With a slight leap, Lin Tian landed on the poison fire lizard's head. The poisonous mist around the poison fire lizard was thicker, but he was no longer afraid of this kind of poisonous mist. He took out a dagger from the stone ring and cut open the poison fire lizard's head. Enduring the rotten smell and the nausea, he put his right hand into the poison fire lizard's head. After feeling around for a while, he suddenly showed a touch of joy. "It's still here." Muttering to himself, Lin Tian took back his right hand. There was a fist-sized demonic beast core in his hand. Staring at this demonic beast core, Lin Tian's face was full of surprise. The demonic beast core of the poison fire lizard, a level 7 demonic beast core, was absolutely a good thing. Misfortune and fortune are interdependent. The ancients didn't lie to me. Lin Tian wanted to laugh out loud. A level 7 demonic beast core. After refining this demonic beast core, he could at least enter the third sky of the god range. Lung Feng, Lung Yitong, wait for me. With a sneer, Lin Tian jumped down from the poison fire lizard's head. He came to a dead tree nearby and began to refine the demonic beast core. With a move of his mind, the sword pattern lit up, and a vast amount of spiritual energy suddenly gushed out from the demonic beast core. Lin Tianji felt that his body was instantly submerged in a fountain of spiritual energy. The comfortable feeling made him moan in a low voice. Then he quickly calmed himself down and operated the 4 extreme meridians to guide the vast spiritual energy in his body to help him build the third god range, connecting his meridians and Tao acupoints. The process went smoothly, and the pain was even much weaker than before. It's indeed a level 7 demonic beast core. Lin Tian thought to himself, a vast amount of spiritual energy could not only make cultivation smoother, but also reduce the pain of cultivation. A level 7 demonic beast core undoubtedly had such an advantage. The spiritual energy it contained was extremely vast. Buzz! It could be seen that outside Lin Tian's body, there were silver light curtains circling around him. His aura was also constantly growing stronger. Lin Tian calmed his heart and calmed his mind, quietly cultivating. In this way, 3 hours passed quickly. 3 hours later, along with a boom, a fierce wind suddenly appeared around Lin Tian. This terrifying aura swept out, blowing away all the dead leaves around him. Third level of the god range. Lin Tian opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light flashed. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. The spiritual energy inside the level 7 demonic beast core was really amazing. After relying on this spiritual energy to reach the third sky of the god range, there was still a steady flow of spiritual energy coming into his body. Regarding this, Lin Tian naturally would not waste it. He continued to operate the 4 extreme meridians and started to build the 4th god range. He chose the part from the head to the right leg for the 4th god range. Time flew, and soon another 2 hours had passed. 2 hours later, the demonic beast core in Lin Tian's right hand cracked open, and the light outside his body dimmed. Opening his eyes again, Lin Tian took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Clenching his fists, Lin Tianji felt that his strength had become stronger, at least several times stronger than before. Third level of the god range, and half of the 4th god range is already built. The corner of Lin Tianji's mouth curled up slightly. He did not expect such a good thing to happen after entering the poisonous forest. He looked up at the sky. Because of the miasma in the forest, the distance he could see was very limited. It was difficult to see the sky. Lin Tian thought for a while. This place could be considered as a natural barrier. He did not need to worry about being attacked by demonic beasts, nor did he need to worry about being detected by Lung Feng, who was riding a giant eagle. Let's stay here until the end of the assessment, Lin Tian said to himself. After a pause, he took out the broken wound sword and prepared to cultivate the Azure Thunder Sword Art. He now had 60% of the Azure Thunder Sword Art. He could control 40%, and there was still 20% left. Now was the time to cultivate this set of martial arts. With a clang, the sword whistled, and the thunderous airflow swept out in all directions. Chapter 134. In the dim old forest, from time to time, there would be flashes of lightning flashing, making crackling noises nonstop. Lin Tian held the broken wound sword with one hand and remained motionless. He closed his eyes and circulated the Azure Thunder Sword Art's specific true Yuan circulation route. Qi, qi, qi. Electric sparks flickered around his body as if lightning was intertwining, making him look like a thunder god. With a whoosh, Lin Tian moved. With a swing of his sword, it swept across the heavens and earth like rolling thunder. With a clang, an old tree in the distance exploded. The broken part was charred black as if it was struck by lightning. Lin Tian opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Although it was only a swing of his sword, he revealed a smile as he looked in front of him. He was very satisfied. Continue. With a low roar, Lin Tian displayed his sword aura and moved like a clap of thunder. Lightning intertwined around his body. Every swing of his sword would cause the dim space to brighten slightly. It was like a comet streaking across the sky. The momentum was vast and magnificent. Slash! Holding the sword hilt with both hands, he swung his sword down and the entire old forest seemed to shake. In this corrosive poison forest, Lin Tian did not have the slightest scruple as he wantonly cultivated. When he was full of energy, he would constantly use the Azure Thunder Sword Art. When he was hungry, there were plenty of demonic beast corpses in the old forest. It was not difficult to get some roasted meat. When he was tired, he did not even need to worry about being attacked by demonic beasts. Just like that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. It was early in the morning. At the edge of the demonic beast ridge, the freshmen walked out one after another. The middle-aged man in charge of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's assessment had his hands behind his back. Behind him stood Lung Feng and the other 4 senior disciples. Not bad. The middle-aged man smiled. This middle-aged man was called Han He, an elder of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. At this moment, there were many people gathered at the edge of the demonic beast ridge. Other than Han He, Lung Feng, and the other 4 senior disciples, the others were here to watch the show. At this moment, on the other side of the edge, a sedan stopped there. Ji Yu stared at the edge of the demonic beast ridge without blinking. His gaze was calm as if he was waiting for something. Lung Feng, your brother is out. Someone beside Lung Feng said. Lung Feng was expressionless. He looked ahead and nodded at Lung Yidong, who was walking out. Lung Yidong smiled. Suddenly, she saw the sedan chair at the edge and immediately went up to it. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Lung Yidong said gently. Waiting for someone. Ji Yu said. Who is it? Lung Yidong's heart turned cold, but she smiled and said, Are you waiting for me? I'm honored. Ji Yu didn't say anything else. He leaned against the sedan chair and stared at the edge of Demon Beast Ridge without blinking. Someone noticed the commotion and looked over. So beautiful. Is that #1 prodigy waiting for the young master of the Lung family? I'm so happy. If only I was born in a big family. I beg the heavens to let me exchange places with young Master Lung. I'm willing to give up 20 years of my life. Scram. Many people stared in the direction of the sedan. Gradually, no one stepped out from the demonic beast ridge. Out of the 239 new students, a total of 221 people walked out alive. Not bad. It's much better than the previous years. Han, he said. Ji, you kept looking at the edge of the demonic beast ridge. However, even after 2 hours, Lin Tian still didn't appear. Where is he? Ji, you asked Lung Yitong. Who? Lung Yitong pretended to be confused. Lin Tian. You know him? Lung Yitong was a little unhappy, but she didn't show it on her face. She said, casually, a bumpkin from the countryside. I guess he died in the mouth of a demonic beast. He's stronger than you. You came out alive. He can't be dead. Ji, you said calmly. A cold light flashed in Lung Yitong's eyes. She clenched her fist tightly, but loosened it in the end. Who knows? Maybe he encountered some terrifying demonic beasts. Lung Yitong turned and left. On the other side, Han, he was calling the 221 new students back to the imperial courtyard. As a new student, Lung Yitong naturally had to listen to his orders. Congratulations on officially becoming a member of my Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Next, there will be a new disciple ranking battle that will last for 8 days. I wish you all good luck in getting good ranking, because it will affect your cultivation resources. Han, he looked at the group of new students that walked out alive. Most of the new students clenched their fists, just like when they first entered the demonic beast ridge. All of them were eager to try. Now, run back to the imperial courtyard. Han, he shouted. Yes, the group of new students replied in unison. In an instant, the sound of footsteps could be heard, and a thick cloud of dust was swept up. These young people are the true pillars of the Empire's future. 221 people. All of them are peerless geniuses. I'm really envious of them. Who said they aren't? Staring at the 200 new students, many people's eyes flickered. Gradually, the crowd started to disperse. Soon, the surroundings became much quieter. At this moment, only Ji was still staring at the edge of the demonic beast ridge. Young lady, are we going back? The coachman asked. The coachman was a powerful old man named Luwin. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the divine range realm, and he was an old servant of the general's residence. No, Uncle Lu, you can go back first. Ji shook her head. In the demonic beast ridge, Lin Tian was still in the poison forest, wantonly brandishing the azure thunder sword art. Clang! The sword roared like thunder, and the ground of the poison forest was scorched. Wholeheartedly immersed in his cultivation, Lin Tian had already forgotten the passage of time. In half a month, he had mastered 55% of the azure thunder sword art. Its power was much stronger than before. Every slash of his sword could bring about a wild lightning radiance, as though he was the ruler of lightning. Just a little bit more, and I can fully master 60% of the azure thunder sword art. Lin Tian muttered to himself. His right hand shook, and the sound of thunder resounded in all directions. It was even more ear-piercing. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Early in the morning, Lin Tian finally stopped his cultivation. He had fully mastered 60% of the azure thunder sword art. Moreover, these days he had been cultivating his body from time to time. He was only 1 step away from the completion of the 4th holy vein. Putting away the broken wound sword, Lin Tian looked out of the forest. It's time to go. Muttering to himself, Lin Tian stepped out. Walking out of the poison forest, Lin Tian walked along the familiar path. He realized that the forest was filled with the roars of demonic beasts. After walking for a long time, he still couldn't see anyone. Roar! A demonic beast at the peak of the 4th level pounced at Lin Tian. It was 10 meters tall, and it opened its huge mouth to bite him. Lin Tian tilted his head and punched out. The demonic beast at the peak of the 4th level let out a miserable cry and was immediately sent flying. Just in time. The assessment requires me to kill a demonic beast at the peak of the 4th level and obtain its beast core as proof. Lin Tian flashed over. After a dozen breaths, the demonic beast was killed. Lin Tian took its beast core and walked toward the edge of the demonic beast's ridge. Not long after, Lin Tian walked out of the demonic beast's ridge. What he saw was an empty space. I missed the time to come out. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Lin Tian wasn't stupid. He didn't think that he had come out early. After thinking for a while, Lin Tian didn't care. The imperial courtyard only said that one could survive for more than half a month in the demonic beast's ridge, but it didn't say that one would be disqualified if they came out late. Thinking of this, Lin Tian walked toward the imperial city. Lin Tian. A familiar voice rang out. Lin Tianyi was stunned. He tilted his head and saw a girl sitting on a blue stone not far away. It was Jiyu. Looking at Jiyu, Lin Tian was a little surprised. However, in the next moment, he thought of something and felt a little touched. "How long have you been waiting?" he asked. "Not long. Only 7 days." Jiyu walked over. Lin Tian smiled bitterly. 7 days? Was that not long? If others knew that the #1 prodigy in the imperial city had been waiting for him for 7 days, they would probably swarm over to kill him. After a pause, Lin Tian reacted. "So, the assessment has been over for 7 days." Jiyu nodded and asked again, "Why did you come out so late?" 7 days ago, he called all the Imperial Courtyard freshmen to return to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. You still believed that Lin Tian was still alive and had been waiting here. When he saw Lin Tian come out, he was a little happy. Of course, he was also a little confused. "I encountered some small matters, so I was cultivating in an old forest. In the end, I forgot the time." Lin Tian said awkwardly. Jiyu was stunned and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "How can you be like this? You actually forgot the time while cultivating." Seeing Jiyu's actions, Lin Tian was a little stunned. He was also a young man. It was impossible for him not to be moved by such a beautiful girl. "What are you looking at?" Jiyu blinked. "Nothing." Lin Tian hurriedly shifted his gaze. Jiyu snickered. "Idiot." Lin Tian had already walked out of the Beast Demon Ridge. The two of them walked towards the Imperial City together. About 4 hours later, the two of them returned to the Imperial City. When they passed by the General's mansion, Jiyu stopped. "I won't send you to the Imperial Courtyard. Be careful." Jiyu smiled. As the granddaughter of the Imperial General, Jiyu's talent was amazing. Many elders of the Imperial Courtyard had come to invite Jiyu to cultivate in the Imperial Courtyard. Unfortunately, they were all rejected. The reason was that she didn't like noise. Even so, Jiyu's cultivation was not weak at all. In addition, as the #1 beauty in the Imperial City, she was ranked 6th on the billboard. "Well, thank you." Lin Tian nodded. Jiyu waved at Lin Tian before walking into the mansion. The two experts guarding the general's mansion glanced at their young miss and then at Lin Tian. Both of them had an ambiguous expression. Ahem. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and walked towards the Imperial Courtyard. The general's mansion was still some distance away from the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. After about an hour, Lin Tian appeared outside the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. At this moment, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was very lively. This was because the new students of the Imperial Courtyard were having a ranking battle. Since it was a ranking battle, it naturally attracted many disciples and mentors of the Imperial Courtyard. Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, Lung Feng, Lung Yi Tong, I, Lin Tian, am back. Lin Tian Lung sneered. Lin Tian took out the Imperial Courtyard's nameplate and handed it to the experts guarding the Imperial Courtyard. His expression was calm as he walked into the Imperial Courtyard. Only his eyes were exceptionally cold, as if cold blades were being nurtured in them. Chapter 135. Stepping into the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Lin Tian realized that the interior of the courtyard was even bigger. There were many pavilions and pavilions. It was much bigger than the Nine-Yang Martial Palace in Feng Administrative City. After entering the imperial courtyard, Lin Tian paused for a moment before following the crowd. Soon, he arrived at the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's martial arts field. Looking around, the martial arts field was huge, and there were many people gathered there. Du Hongxing, 8-star talent, peak of the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm. No wonder he's the top new disciple of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. It won't be long before he enters the Imperial City's ranking board. Someone said, "This Du Hongxing is terrifying. He's only 17 years old and he has such strength. Most importantly, he's an 8-star talent. His potential for growth is huge." That Xia Wu isn't simple either. He's the young master of the Xia clan in Linchuan City. 7-star talent. It's said that he broke through to the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm not long ago. This time, he's the 2nd strongest new disciple. That's right. Speaking of which, this batch of new disciples is really strong. On the martial arts field, many people were talking about it. Lin Tian stood in the crowd and looked ahead indifferently. On the martial arts field, there were 2 figures fighting. Dazzling lights were displayed one after another. Very soon, someone was defeated and fell down from the arena. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes moved. A new disciple had stepped onto the martial arts field. It was Lung Yidong. Boom! The tyrannical, true core force surged in waves. Lung Yidong was using a long sword. Whether it was his movement speed or his attacking speed, both were very shocking. The spectators below the martial arts arena could not help but exclaim in amazement. The young master of the Lung family, Lung Yidong, is actually so strong. The Lung family is one of the top 3 martial clans in the Imperial City. It's natural for their young master to be strong. Amazing, many people said. There was a pavilion not far from the martial arts field. There were a few figures standing there. 2 of them were Han, He, and Lung Feng. There was also an old man named Lulan, who was also an elder of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Lung Feng, your younger brother's recent growth rate is a bit shocking. He has already mastered your Lung family's soul-chasing puppet and penetrating rainbow sword technique to minor accomplishment. Han, he said. Lung Feng said, "For the past 7 days, I've had him train nonstop. It's the same for the past 10 days in Demon Beast Ridge. He's made some progress and didn't disappoint me. Looks like your little brother should be able to rank 3rd amongst the freshmen." Lulan smiled. "I hope so." Lung Feng nodded. Lung Yitong's current opponent was also an expert at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein Realm. However, compared to Lung Yitong, his martial skills and movement skills were much weaker. Soon he was defeated by Lung Yitong's sword and was sent flying off the stage with a kick. Who's next? Lung Yitong held his sword and glanced at the other freshmen. The freshman ranking battle of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was a free-for-all battle. Lung Yidong had been locked up by Lung Feng and the family for several days, which greatly increased his battle strength. At this moment, he stood on the stage and pointed his sword at all the freshmen except for Du Hongxing and Xia Wu. Lung Feng had told him that he wasn't Du Hongxing and Xia Wu's opponent yet. How arrogant! So what? He has the capital to be arrogant. The Lung family's martial skills are very powerful. Many people were discussing. There were some hot-blooded freshmen who couldn't stand Lung Yidong's provocation. Several of them went up the stage, but it was a pity that they were all defeated. The Lung family's soul-chasing puppet and penetrating rainbow sword technique are truly unrivaled in the same realm. Too powerful. Many people were shocked. Who else dares to come up? Lung Yidong stood on the stage with an arrogant expression and pointed his sword at everyone. Many freshmen stared at Lung Yitong. Although they were unhappy with Lung Yitong's arrogance, they couldn't help but admit that Lung Yidong was very powerful. The soul-chasing puppet and penetrating rainbow sword technique were almost perfect. "Let me try." Right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Lin Tianyi walked out from the crowd and stepped onto the stage in the blink of an eye. "It's you." Lung Yidong's expression changed. In the pavilion far away, Lung Feng was also shocked. This person clearly entered the corrosive poison forest. How could he still be alive? At the side, Han He and Lu Lan frowned. "Who are you? How dare you interfere with the freshman ranking battle?" "Han," he said in a deep voice. There were a few hundred freshmen this time. Before entering the Beast Devil Ridge, Han, he naturally didn't know everyone. Lin Tian suddenly walked out from the crowd. Han, he wasn't too sure about Lin Tian's identity, but of course Lu Lan was the same. An Imperial Courtyard freshman has completed the first round of assessment and returned. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he took out his Imperial Courtyard nameplate. Seeing the nameplate, Han He and Lu Lan were stunned for a moment before they frowned. "Why did you only appear now? You weren't among the freshmen who came out of the Beast Devil Ridge." Lu Lan asked. "I encountered some trouble in the Beast Devil Ridge, so I was able to come out today," Lin Tian replied. Hearing this, Lu Lan and Han He nodded. In fact, Lin Tian had the Imperial Courtyard nameplate, which was enough to prove his identity. The two of them were just a little doubtful, so they asked. Among the freshmen, Xia Wu's face was gloomy as killing intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect to see Lin Tian here. "Little bastard." Xia Wu clenched his fists. He still remembered the day when he was kicked out of the restaurant by Lin Tian. All the spectators were in an uproar. They didn't expect someone to dare to challenge Lung Yidong after witnessing his prowess. "How can you still be alive?" On the stage, Lung Yidong took a step back with an ugly expression. "Make a guess." Lin Tan said coldly. After finishing his words, Lin Tian glanced at Lung Feng in the pavilion in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he closed in on Lung Yidong like the wind. Lung Yidong gritted his teeth. "My soul-chasing puppet and penetrating rainbow sword art have both reached the small completion. I'm not afraid of you now." Saying this, Lung Yidong raised his hand and slashed at Lin Tian with his sword. Swoosh! A black shadow flashed by. Lin Tian closed in on Lung Yidong the moment he raised his hand. He grabbed Lung Yidong's right wrist that was holding the sword and twisted it fiercely. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lung Yidong's face twisted in pain, and the sword in his hand flew out. At the same time, Lung Yidong felt that Lin Tian's cultivation was at the third sky of the divine range. At this moment, Lin Tian let go of Lung Yidong's wrist and grabbed his neck instead. He pressed Lung Yidong onto the stage. With a bang, the stage shook violently. Lung Yidong screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, all the spectators stared at him. So strong? So ruthless? Lung Yidong's strength was obvious to all. But now he was easily defeated by this young man who appeared out of nowhere. Lung Yidong let out a shrill scream, which shocked many people. At the same time, many people were surprised. It was just the ranking battle of the freshmen. Wasn't this young man a little too ruthless? Let go of him. A cold voice was heard. Lung Feng rushed out from the pavilion in the distance and arrived at the edge of the stage in an instant. In the pavilion, Elder Han, he and Lu Lan also came to their senses and walked over together. "Why are you so ruthless? That's too much." The two of them scolded. Lin Tian let go of Lung Yidong's neck and stood up. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Tian was stunned by the scolding of Han He and the others, Lin Tian suddenly lifted his right leg and stomped on Lung Yidong's chest when Lung Yidong was struggling to stand up. Ah! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and Lung Yidong screamed again. F***ck, this brother is too fierce. But it's just the ranking battle. Why is he doing this? Could it be that he has a deep grudge against him? Many people were surprised. How dare you, bastard! Han, he and Lu Lan's faces darkened. Lin Tian's ruthless attack on their fellow disciple had infuriated them. Elders, please don't be in a hurry to get angry. Lin Tian said calmly. He then looked at Lung Feng and said, Elders, why don't you ask the first young master of the Lung family next to you why he only walked out of demonic Beast Ridge today, and why he attacked Lung Yidong? Many people were puzzled and looked at Lung Feng instinctively. Could there be more to this than met the eye? Lung Feng, what does he mean? Han, he frowned. Lung Feng's face darkened. Cold light flashed in his eyes as he stared at Lin Tian. Why, are you embarrassed to say it? Don't worry, I'll help you. Lin Tian stepped on Lung Yidong and said calmly, originally only the freshmen and 5 senior disciples were allowed to enter demonic Beast Ridge during the imperial courtyard examination. However, the first young master of the Lung family is very powerful. He secretly let dozens of family experts enter demonic Beast Ridge. As the supervisor, he personally killed me with the help of dozens of family experts and Lung Yidong. The reason is that I have a personal grudge with Lung Yidong. What? Everyone's face changed when they heard this. When they looked at Lung Feng again, many people had strange expressions on their faces. Some people even pointed at Lung Feng. Lung Feng, he's telling the truth. Han, he frowned. Lung Feng did not say a word. His face darkened. Let him go. Lung Feng stared at Lin Tian and said in a deep voice, Is that possible? I almost died when you forced me into the rotten poison forest. Lin Tian smiled and said, However, thanks to you I didn't die. I even obtained some good things that increased my cultivation. Don't you think that the heavens have eyes, allowing me to live and giving me opportunities so that I can return the favor to you and your brother? Many of the senior disciples' jaws dropped at Lin Tian's words. They were shocked that Lung Feng, as the supervisor of the imperial courtyard examination, actually colluded with his younger brother Lung Yidong and a group of family experts to force a freshman into the rotten poison forest. They were even more shocked that Lin Tian was able to walk out alive after being forced into the rotten poison forest. Rotten poison forest. Damn, not only did he not die in there, but his cultivation also increased? Where did this guy come from? Isn't he too amazing? I heard that even a 9th-level divine vein realm expert would die in there. Many senior disciples were shocked. Even Han, he and Lu Lan were astonished. Chapter 136. Remember the literature building in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The senior disciples, mentors, and elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy were well aware of how dangerous the corrosive poison forest was. Even Sea of Consciousness realm martial artists did not dare to step into the forest. However, they did not expect the person in front of them to be able to walk out of the forest alive. This was too shocking. Lin Tianling stared coldly at Lung Feng. His gaze was indifferent. Let him go. Lung Feng said coldly, Aren't you going to refute? Lin Tian mocked. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Lung Feng. Unfortunately, Lung Feng did not say a word. Let him go. It was still the same 3 words. Then, Lung Feng started to move towards Lin Tian. Don't move. Lin Tianling said indifferently. With a clang, the broken wound sword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Lung Yidong's throat. Lung Feng stopped. He clenched his fist and stared coldly at Lin Tian. What do you want? Lung Feng said in a deep voice. Lung Yidong was under Lin Tian's feet. Although he was much stronger than Lin Tian, he did not dare to act rashly. He could only deal with Lin Tian after rescuing Lung Yidong. You guys worked together to kill me, and forced me into the corrosive poison forest. What do you think I want?" Lin Tian said coldly. Hearing this, the spectators around the arena sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, they could clearly feel the killing intent that Lin Tian was emitting. "How dare you!" Lung Feng's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. His killing intent was overflowing. "Why wouldn't I?" Lin Tianling smiled. The broken wound sword was pressed against Lung Yidong's neck. He exerted a little force, and blood immediately flowed out. Lung Yidong was being stepped on by Lin Tian. The bone-piercing coldness on his neck made him tremble violently. He stared at Lin Tian and said sternly, "Stop!" Although the imperial courtyard allows disciples to fight each other, it strictly forbids the killing of fellow disciples. If you kill me, you will also die. The imperial courtyard will not let you go. Lin Tian stared at Lung Yidong as he lifted his right leg and stomped down hard. With a cracking sound, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lung Yidong immediately cried out in pain. "Who allowed you to speak?" Lin Tianling said coldly. Lin Tian did not hold back at all. He broke a few of Lung Yidong's ribs, causing Lung Yidong to wail in pain. "This," stepping on the young master of the Lung family, "this bro is too arrogant." "How ruthless! How arrogant!" Many of the onlookers gasped. The Lung family was one of the top 3 martial arts families in the imperial city. They were extremely powerful, and Lung Feng was ranked 7th on the imperial city's ranking list. However, at this moment, there was actually someone who did not care about the Lung family status in the imperial city and directly stepped on his younger brother in front of Lung Feng. This was a resounding slap to the face. Clang! A treasured sword appeared in Lung Feng's hand. The tip of the sword was emitting divine light as a terrifying, murderous aura emanated from it. "Let him go!" Staring at Lin Tian, Lung Feng's voice was terrifyingly cold. Low-grade bejeweled weapon, Zen mystical sword. It's Lung Feng's personal weapon. I heard that it has killed a level 6 demonic beast before. It's terrifying. Discussions could be heard. The treasured sword in Lung Feng's hand was very powerful. It could increase the combat power of its wielder by 40%. Many people were envious of it. Lin Tian stared at Lung Feng and smiled coldly. He did not care at all. "Get lost." The broken wound sword pressed against Lung Yidong's neck, causing the blood flow to become thicker. Book reading. Is he really going to kill him? The elders are still here. He can't be so bold. Damn it, this guy is crazy. Many of the onlookers were horrified. Of course, many of them were excited and stared straight ahead. Lung Feng's face darkened as his murderous aura intensified. "Enough, let him go first. You've already taught him a lesson. It's about time." Han, He, and Lulan spoke at this moment. The two of them had already guessed that what Lin Tian said was the truth. However, they could not allow Lin Tian to kill Lung Yidong here. After all, Lung Yidong's identity was not ordinary. Moreover, today was the Northern Flame Imperial Academy's ranking battle. If Lin Tian really killed Lung Yidong here, it would cause a huge commotion. "Did you hear that? Let me go," Lung Yidong said coldly. Lin Tianling glanced at Lung Yidong coldly. He lifted his leg and stomped on Lung Yidong again. Lung Yidong screamed in agony. His voice was extremely desolate. "You're courting death," Lin Tianling said coldly. Lung Feng gripped the treasured sword in his hand tightly and stared at Lin Tian mercilessly. Only a cold, murderous aura was being released. On the other side, Han He and Lu Lan's faces darkened. "Bastard, didn't I tell you to let him go? You're still alive. You've taught him a good lesson," Han He said. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Han He. After a while, he shook his head. "Good enough?" Lin Tian smiled faintly. "Just because he didn't succeed in killing me, I should let him go? According to this logic, I can kill whoever I want in Beiyan country. It's great that I killed him, but since he didn't succeed in killing me, he shouldn't have killed me. He should have just taught me a lesson. Elder, is this what you mean? You, Han, his face darkened, but he didn't know how to refute. Book reading beside him, Lulan said in a low voice, even if you kill him, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the imperial courtyard. What awaits you is also death. I advise you not to be too impulsive. Think twice before you act. Think twice? There's no need for that. There's no need to think about such things. Lin Tian said calmly. In the next moment, there was a faint silver glow in his hand. The broken wound sword became shiny and shiny. He lifted the broken wound sword slightly, and the tip of the sword glowed. You, stop, stop. Didn't you hear what the elder said? If you kill me, you'll die too. Lung Yidong said in a trembling voice. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes, Lung Yidong was scared. His eyes were filled with fear. On the other side, Lung Feng stared at Lin Tian. If you dare to kill him, I guarantee that you won't be able to survive today. Stop! Han, he and Lu Lan also shouted. Lin Tian glanced at these people and smiled. Suddenly his eyes turned cold, and he lifted the broken wound sword slightly. Puff! Blood splattered. Lung Yidong's neck was cut open. Blood flowed out, and he died on the spot. The entire scene fell silent. At this moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. He actually killed him. This lunatic. How ruthless! Many of the onlookers muttered to themselves. Bastard! How dare you! Han, he and Lulan's faces turned cold and gloomy. This was the first time in the history of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard to kill a fellow disciple in the ranking battle. Lun Feng's murderous intent was terrifying. He walked toward Lin Tian step by step. His Chan Chi sword was overflowing with murderous intent. Lung Feng, stand down. Han, he said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he leaped onto the high platform and walked toward Lin Tian. No matter what reason you have, you shouldn't kill a fellow disciple in the Imperial Courtyard. We warned you, but you didn't listen. It's over. This guy has guts. He's a real man. Unfortunately, he's too impulsive. Sigh. Many of the onlookers shook their heads. On the martial arts stage, Lin Tian looked very calm as he watched Han. He walked toward him. Stop, he said calmly. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a golden token appeared in his hand. On the golden token, 9 dragons circled around it. It gave off the aura of an emperor. Han, he stopped in his tracks, and his expression changed. Dragon mark token? Not only Han, but Lu Lan was also shocked. He did not expect the person in front of him to have such an item. Many of the onlookers were also shocked. Damn, where did this guy come from? Why does he have such an item? Looks like he's not all brawn and no brains. There were many senior disciples in the Imperial Courtyard. These senior disciples were very knowledgeable and recognized the item that Lin Tian took out. At this moment, the atmosphere changed again. Lin Tian looked indifferent. He looked at Han, he and Lu Lan and said, Elders, this should be enough, right? The Dragon Mark token was given to him by the Vice President of the Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial City. It could exempt anyone from any crime once. After all, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was set up by the Northern Flame Country and belonged to the Imperial family. In the Imperial Courtyard, the Dragon Mark token was naturally useful. Han, he and Lu Lan's expressions darkened. They did not look too good. With a clang, the sound of a sword whistling was heard. It was extremely harsh. Lung Feng held the Chanchi sword and walked toward Lin Tian step by step. He did not hide his murderous intent at all. How could he bear to see his own brother killed? Many of the spectators were shocked as they stared at Lung Feng. Lin Tian stared at Lung Feng and said with a smile, as expected of the young master of the Lung family, You're ranked 7th on the honor roll list. As the supervisor of the Imperial Courtyard's freshman assessment, You openly ganged up with dozens of family members and your own brother to kill me. Now, you don't even care about the Imperial family's dragon mark token and want to kill the holder of the token. Impressive. I think that in a few years, the Lung family will overthrow the current Northern Flame Imperial family and become the ruler of the country. Everyone's expression changed when they heard those words. Those were heart-wrenching words. At this moment, a middle-aged man rushed in from outside the martial arts arena. This middle-aged man was one of the instructors of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. His name was Su Zhou, and he was the one who went to the Nanyang Martial House to recruit disciples a month ago. Su Zhou ran to the side of the martial arts arena anxiously. He glanced at Lin Tian and quickly said something to Lu Lan. Lu Lan's expression changed as he looked at Lin Tian. Lu Lan jumped onto the martial arts arena and whispered a few words in Han He's ear. What? He's that Lin Tian. Han He's expression changed. After Su Zhou returned to the Imperial Courtyard from the Nanyang Martial House, he reported to the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard about Lin Tian, a 16-year-old 9-star talent and a third-stage array manipulation master. He had shocked the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, and those 2 words were still fresh in their minds. One had to know that the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard had no lack of geniuses, and it wasn't that they didn't have any 9-star talents. However, if a 9-star talent and a third-stage array manipulation master at the same time, it was a little shocking. At this moment, Han He and Lu Lan's expressions changed again and again as they stared at Lin Tian. It was an exciting scene. I was wondering why Lin Tian didn't appear in the limelight until now. I thought that he would wait until the end to amaze everyone. I didn't expect it to be like this. Lu Lan said. He exchanged a glance with Han He, and both of them smiled bitterly. Chapter 137. Lin Tian had taken out his Imperial Academy nameplate before, but the nameplate was only a proof of identity for a new student for the time being. There was no information about one's identity recorded in the nameplate, so Han He and Lu Lan did not know Lin Tian's true identity. It was only when Su Zhou heard the news and hurried here, informing them of Lin Tian's identity, that the 2 of them finally reacted. Both of them smiled bitterly. Was this the peerless genius from Fengjian City? This was not easy to deal with. With a kung sound, killing intent interweaved, the cold peak pressing towards Lin Tian. Lung Feng, stop, Han He said. Lung Feng's face darkened. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He killed my younger brother. Lung Yidong was not very talented, and he did not do much. Even so, he was still his younger brother. When his younger brother was killed in front of him, the murderous intent in his eyes surged like a fountain. It was terrifying. He has the dragon mark token, Lu Lan said. Lu Lan's words stunned many of the onlookers. Didn't that mean that Lin Tian was innocent? However, many people felt relieved after thinking about it. Lin Tian took out the dragon mark medallion, which represented the Imperial clan. He could pardon anyone once, including themselves. Even the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy had to give some face to the Imperial clan. Of course, these people did not know that what shook Han He and Lu Lan the most was Lin Tian himself. A 16-year-old with a 9-star talent and a third-stage array manipulator. How could they kill such a freak? If they killed him, it would be a great loss to them. Lung Feng held onto his treasured sword tightly, but he was stunned. He stared at Lin Tian with a murderous look. He knew about the dragon mark token. It was a symbol of the Imperial family's authority. Although he did not know how Lin Tian obtained it, if he killed Lin Tian now, it would cause a lot of controversy. It would embarrass the Imperial family, and it would also bring bad influence to the Lung family. After all, it would be considered as openly disobeying the Imperial family's authority. Seeing that Lung Feng stopped, Han He and Lu Lan nodded. Han He looked at Lin Tian and said, "Since you have the dragon mark token, we'll let it go. However, don't do it again." "What about him?" Lin Tian looked coldly at Lung Feng. "What do you mean?" Han, he was slightly puzzled. Lin Tiandao said, "As the supervisor of the new student assessment, the senior disciple of the Imperial Courtyard openly joined forces with the masters of his family to enter the Beast Demon Ridge to assassinate the new students of the Imperial Courtyard. What kind of punishment should the Imperial Courtyard give him? Didn't you already kill Leng Yitong?" Lu Lan frowned. "Yes, I killed Leng Yitong. Therefore, I used the dragon mark token to take the blame. Leng Feng is also one of the sinners. He openly assassinated a fellow disciple. What should he do?" Lin Tianling said coldly. Hearing this, many of the onlookers could not help but gasp. This brother is really awesome. Kill Leng Yitong, take out the dragon mark token to take the blame, and then ask the Imperial Courtyard to punish Leng Feng. How domineering! Many senior disciples were dumbfounded. Quite a number of new students widened their eyes. There was actually such a crazy person in the same batch of new students. Arrogant bastard. Xia Wu's face darkened. Not far away, Du Hongxing harumphed coldly as he stared at Lin Tian unhappily. With Lin Tianyi's arrival, his limelight was immediately overshadowed. Han, he and Lu Lan frowned and were at a loss for words. This, logically speaking, if what Lin Tian said was true, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard should punish Leng Feng. However, Leng Feng was the young master of the Leng family, ranked 7th on the honor roll board, and a rare expert in the Imperial Courtyard. Moreover, Leng Yitong had just been killed. If they were to punish Leng Feng now, it would be difficult for them. On the martial arts stage, Leng Feng stared at Lin Tian with killing intent. "Let's have a battle of life and death, one-on-one. Are you satisfied?" Leng Feng said coldly. Lin Tianyi's face was filled with disdain as he said coldly, "Battle of life and death? Why? We're both students of the Imperial Courtyard. You failed to assassinate me, and now you have the cheek to propose a battle of life and death to settle this matter? Are all the people of the Leng family so shameless?" Leng Feng's face turned even colder as killing intent surged. "Enough!" Han, he shouted. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "How about this? We can't just listen to your words. The Imperial Courtyard will investigate this matter thoroughly before making a decision. Are you trying to stall for time?" Lin Tianten smiled. "You!" Han, his face turned green with anger. "This brat is really a thorn in my side. He doesn't give me any face at all." Just as Han, he was about to say something, Lin Tian shook his head. "Forget it. It doesn't matter whether the Imperial Courtyard punishes him or not. I, Lin Tian, have always liked to solve my own problems." As he spoke, Lin Tianling looked at Leng Feng coldly. "I'll let you know the consequences of messing with me. Today, Leng Yitong is lying on the ground. Soon it will be your turn." Everyone around the martial arts stage was stunned. He's called Lin Tian? This brat, could he be a prince hiding his identity and coming to the Imperial Courtyard to play? He's too arrogant. Not only did he not kill Leng Yitong, he even threatened Leng Feng in public. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Leng Feng. This was too crazy. The onlookers around the martial arts stage were dumbfounded. They were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Leng Feng's face was extremely ugly. A strong sense of humiliation rose within him. He had never been so humiliated in his life. He only felt that Lin Tianyi had slapped him a few times. At this moment, if Lin Tian had not taken out the dragon mark token, he would have rushed over and torn Lin Tian into pieces without caring about anything else. Han, he and Lu Lan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, this brat was a super thorn in their side. "Elders, am I officially admitted into the Imperial Courtyard?" Lin Tian asked. At this moment, Lin Tian did not care about Leng Feng at all. If he was stronger, he would have swung his knife at Leng Feng. Unfortunately, he still felt that there was a huge gap between him and Leng Feng. He was definitely not a match for him in a direct confrontation. Yes, why not? "Han," he said with a straight face, How could such a brat be pushed out of the courtyard? Then, what about the ranking battle? There's no need to fight anymore. The ranking battle ends here. You're ranked third among the freshmen. Lulon also had a straight face. After he finished speaking, he looked at Suzhou, who was below the martial arts arena, and said, "You'll be in charge of the person you recruited for the time being. Bring him to choose a place to stay and tell him some things about the imperial courtyard. Do you understand?" Lung Yidong's death was not a small matter. It had to be dealt with properly. Yes, yes, yes. Suzhou nodded repeatedly. Han, he looked at Lin Tian and said, "All right, go with Suzhou." Lin Tian nodded and glanced coldly at Lung Feng. He leaped down and came to Suzhou's side. "Thank you, senior," he said. Suzhou shook his head and quickly left with Lin Tian. There was dead silence around the martial arts arena. Staring at Lin Tian's back, Lung Feng's eyes were full of murderous intent. He clenched his fists tightly and wished he could devour Lin Tian bit by bit. Beside him, Han He and Lulon looked at Lung Feng's expression and glanced at Lung Yidong's body. They could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that this matter was not over yet. "He's that Lin Tian? He's so handsome, so cool." Some female disciples were infatuated. Many people also stared in the direction Lin Tian left. The scene just now was still replaying in their minds. Killing the young master of the Lung family, taking out the dragon mark token, and intimidating Lung Feng. This series of actions was too shocking. At this time, Lin Tian had already walked far away with Suzhou. "Little ancestor, you're really good at causing trouble. You've just entered the imperial courtyard and you've already caused such a big incident." Suzhou's face was bitter. The young master of the Lung family, Lung Yitong, was killed by Lin Tian in front of everyone in the freshman ranking battle. This matter was really big. I had no choice. He wanted to kill me, so I could only fight back. Lin Tian shook his head. Suzhou said, "That's true, but this is the imperial city. As the saying goes, even a strong dragon cannot defeat a snake in its own territory. Moreover, the Lung family's power is astonishing. They can be considered as a fierce dragon in the imperial city. When it's necessary to back down, we should still back down a little. They're already here to kill me. How can I back down? If I back down this time, there will be a next time and a next time. Am I going to let them take the initiative and continue to hunt me down? I'm not going to do such a boring thing." Lin Tian Ondao. Suzhou was stunned. He smiled bitterly and nodded. "You're right." Shaking his head, Suzhou said, "Forget it. Mu Qingshi and Shi Dong are not worried about you at all. I guess they must know something. I won't worry about it anymore. Come this way. I'll take you to choose a residence first. Then I'll introduce you to the imperial courtyard." "Okay, I'll have to trouble senior." "What trouble?" "Recruiting a peerless genius like you, I've gained a lot of benefits." Suzhou laughed. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was the highest martial palace in the Northern Flame country. There were many buildings inside, covering a large area. Lin Tian followed Suzhou and soon arrived at the residence of the Imperial Courtyard's disciples. Each house was large, and the environment was quiet. "Worthy of the Imperial Courtyard," Lin Tian said with a smile. In this place, any random house was much better than the 9 Yang martial houses' inner palace disciples' residences. Moreover, the distance between the houses was not short. The concealment was done very well, so there was no need to worry about being spied on. Most of the Imperial Courtyard's disciples' residences are here. You can choose one first, Suzhou said. Okay, Lin Tian nodded. Looking around, Lin Tian finally chose a house next to a huge old tree. After choosing his residence, Lin Tian invited Suzhou into the house. He looked at Suzhou and asked, "Senior, you said that most of the Imperial Courtyard's disciples' residences are here. What does that mean? Are there other residences?" Suzhou secretly praised Lin Tian's sensitivity. That's right. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard has a long history. From bottom to top, it is roughly divided into the outer courtyard, inner courtyard, and king's courtyard. The residences and conditions of the disciples of each courtyard are different. This is the outer courtyard's residence. The inner courtyard and king's courtyard are in other places. Outer courtyard, inner courtyard, king's courtyard. I see. Lin Tian nodded. He thought for a while and asked, then, Senior Su, how do the new disciples enter the inner courtyard from the outer courtyard? And how do they enter the king's courtyard from the inner courtyard? Lin Tian had cultivated in the Nine-Yang Martial Palace before. He knew that the higher the level, the more cultivation resources one would receive. Therefore, he naturally had to ask about this. P.S. National Day. I wish you all a good time. Chapter 138. The reason Lin Tian joined the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was because of the various resources. Reading. Therefore, he naturally had to find out more about the problems related to cultivation resources. And this is what I'm going to tell you next. I'll start from the basics. Listen carefully. Suzhou said, Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Suzhou nodded and said, First of all, you new disciples have just entered the academy, and after the ranking battle, the academy will give out some rewards to the top 10 new disciples. After that, all of you will be allowed to temporarily temper yourselves in the academy for a month, allowing you to roughly familiarize yourselves with the imperial courtyard. Suzhou paused, then continued. Next, the academy will hold a grand competition. The competition will be held in the illusory killing hall of the imperial courtyard. Then, the ranking stone outside the illusory killing hall will record the rankings of all the disciples. Generally speaking, the top 30 disciples will be assigned to the king courtyard. The 80th to 31st place will be in the inner courtyard, and those below 81st place will be in the outer courtyard. This is the basic relationship between the 3 courtyards and the ranking stone. You mean 1 month later, as long as I reach the 80th place in the illusory killing hall, I can enter the inner courtyard, and if I reach the top 30, I can enter the king courtyard? Lin Tian asked. No, it's not that simple. I haven't finished yet. The ranking on the ranking stone is only the basic condition. Suzhou shook his head, saying, Let me give you an example. For example, 1 month later, if your ranking in the illusory killing hall is 81st place, then you'll be directly assigned to the outer courtyard, the same as now an outer courtyard disciple. If you're ranked 79th, then you'll have the qualifications to enter the inner courtyard. After that, you'll have to choose one of the current inner courtyard disciples to challenge. If you win, you'll enter the inner courtyard, and the loser will retreat to the outer courtyard. If you lose, then I'm sorry, but you'll still be in the outer courtyard. Similarly, it's the same for the king courtyard. Lin Tian suddenly understood, saying, So, in the Northern Flame Academy, the king courtyard disciples will always be 30, the inner courtyard disciples will always be 50, and the outer courtyard disciples will always be indefinite. Then, the inner courtyard and king courtyard disciples will be replaced by an elimination system? And that's roughly it. Suzhou nodded. Lin Tian asked again, after the recent unification competition, will the next competition be held next year? No, the All-Academy competition is held once every 2 months. Once every 2 months? So often? Lin Tian was a little surprised. Naturally, this is also to encourage the disciples to work hard in their cultivation. Suzhou continued. However, although the grand competition is held frequently, the positions on the ranking stone generally do not change much. It is even more impossible for the disciples of the Inner Academy and King's Academy to be pushed down so easily. After all, those who are able to enter the Inner Academy and King's Academy are all geniuses amongst geniuses. Oh, that's true. Lin Tian nodded. Next, Suzhou explained the main structure of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. It was divided into the Disciple Pavilion, the Elder Courtyard, the Scripture Depository, and the Cultivation Area. The Disciple Pavilion, the Elder Courtyard, and the Scripture Depository were all a single structure, while the Cultivation Area consisted of many different structures, such as the Wild Sand World, the Rapid Current, the Mirage Cave and the Vein Condensation Cave. The wild sand world was a small space that was filled with yellow sand. Within this space, those with weak strength wouldn't even be able to open their eyes. But at the same time, this small space also contained an illusionary killing array. From time to time, some powerful monster beasts would appear and attack the disciples that entered, using this to temper the perception of a martial artist. The rapid current was a huge river that cut across the Mirage Cave. The water current was shockingly fast, and if one wasn't careful, they would be swept away. Moreover, this long river was reinforced by some kind of array that made the water current extremely cold, so cold that it penetrated the bones. Ordinary people would find it hard to endure, using this to train the cultivators' physical strength and endurance. The Mirage Cave was a place where cultivators would enter, and there would be a phantom with the same strength as them. Other than the ability to speak and facial expressions, their cultivation, speed, and martial skills would be the same as the real body. After cultivators entered the Mirage Cave, they would battle with their own phantoms, allowing them to grasp their own weaknesses and shortcomings. At the same time, they could also increase their own battle strength. It could be said that this was very significant. The Vein Condensation Cave was said to have more than 10 tyrannical spirit veins gathered underground. The spirit energy was extremely dense, and after cultivators entered, they could absorb spirit energy that far surpassed the outside world, greatly increasing the speed of forming divine veins. Their cultivation could increase by a lot in a short period of time. The significance of this was self-evident. Of these 4 places, the Slaughter World and the Rapid Current could accommodate at least 100 people at a time, so there was no restriction on the cultivation time. Freshmen who had just entered the college could cultivate there unconditionally. However, the Mirage Cave and the Vein Condensation Cave were different. Only inner courtyard disciples and king's courtyard disciples had the qualifications to enter these 2 places. Moreover, the disciples would be allocated time according to their ranking on the ranking stone. The higher the ranking, the more cultivation time they would receive. Also, the Imperial Courtyard's scripture depository is a little different from your 9-yang martial house. The Imperial Courtyard disciples can only choose 1 cultivation technique and 1 martial skill from the scripture depository for each realm. Of course, the cultivation techniques and martial skills inside are all top-notch. Suzhou said, "Forget about the cultivation technique, but can only choose 1 martial skill for each realm? Isn't that a little too little?" Lin Tian was astonished. "Maybe, but it's not true that you can only cultivate 1 martial skill for each realm." Suzhou smiled and said, "If you want to cultivate more martial skills, you can exchange for new martial skills by accumulating Academy contribution points. When the Academy contribution points reach level 1, you can exchange for 1 additional Divine Vein realm martial skill. When the Academy contribution points reach level 2, you can exchange for 2 additional Divine Vein realm martial skills. As for Spiritual C realm martial skills, you need to reach level 3 at least." Lin Tianwei was stunned and asked, "How do I accumulate Academy contribution points?" "This is simple. Go to the Disciple Pavilion and hand in Demonic Beast's cores, Demonic Beast's fur, Demonic Beast's blood essence, rare herbs, spirit tools, elixirs, and so on. You can even directly exchange spirit coins for Academy contribution points." Suzhou said, "Spirit coins are fine too?" "Sure." Lin Tian thought for a moment and asked, "How many spirit coins do I need to reach level 1 contribution points?" In terms of spirit coins, he still had a lot. Level 1 contribution points require 3 million spirit coins. Level 2 contribution points require 7 million spirit coins. Level 3, stop! Lin Tian's forehead was full of black lines. He might as well rob. Suzhou obviously knew what Lin Tian was thinking and said with a smile, "A few million spirit coins is indeed an astronomical figure for ordinary cultivators. However, for some wealthy merchant families in the Imperial City, a few million spirit coins are nothing at all. It can be said that spirit coins are prepared for those wealthy young masters of wealthy merchant families. The imperial courtyard also needs to make some money. Lin Tian. It was the first time he heard that the imperial courtyard also needed to make money. Then, how do you calculate using beast cores? Lin Tian asked. Su Zhou said, in terms of beast cores, level 4 demonic beasts cores need about 3,000 pieces to reach level 1 contribution points. Level 5 demonic beasts cores need about 1,500 pieces. Level 6 demonic beasts cores need about 1,000 pieces. Lin Tian was speechless. Beast cores also needed so many. There's no other way. The Imperial Courtyard has too many great formations. It needs a lot of beast cores to operate. Suzhou said. So, the Imperial Courtyard uses extra martial arts as a lure to make the Imperial Courtyard's disciples do their best to obtain beast cores. Since the martial arts are there, there's nothing to lose by letting the Imperial Courtyard's disciples practice it. They can also get a lot of beast cores, so why not? If there's a wealthy young master, that's even better. It's a waste not to take advantage of them, is that right? Lin Tian on Dao. Cough, cough. It's good that you know, it's good that you know. We can't let the teachers and elders get beast cores and spirit coins, right? Suzhou said. Maybe it was because he had a good impression of Lin Tian. Suzhou didn't deliberately hide anything. Lin Tian, this is too deceptive. He chatted with Suzhou for a while and had a general understanding of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Around night time, Suzhou stood up and said goodbye. Sorry to trouble you, Senior. Take care. Lin Tian sent Suzhou to the door. Little guy, don't be so polite. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me. Suzhou said and then quickly left. Lin Tian returned to his room and tidied it up. He then lay on the bed and prepared to have a good sleep. In the past half a month, the environment in the poison forest was a little too harsh. He didn't have a good rest at all. Around midnight, Lin Tian woke up. After pausing for a while, he opened the 2 spirit-gathering runes and started to cultivate. To him, who controlled the 4 extreme scriptures, the effect of cultivating at night was much better than in the day. It was because the 4 extreme scriptures could not only attract the spirit chi of heaven and earth, but also the astral force. Buzz. Dense spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered outside his body. The silver astral force also intertwined, making him look sacred and dignified. Under such dense spirit chi of heaven and earth and astral force, he constructed the 4th divine vein bit by bit, connecting the acupoints and meridians on the 4th divine vein. Just like that, the night passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Tian stopped cultivating. He stood up and stretched his arms. He felt that his essence, chi, and spirit had become stronger. When he walked out of the room, the surroundings were very quiet. Many outer courtyard disciples were still sleeping soundly. Lin Tian, as usual, faced the morning sun and breathed. He continued for half an hour before stopping. At noon, Suzhou came again. He brought the reward of the ranking battle from the Imperial Courtyard. It was a meridian shield elixir. It could allow divine vein experts to construct their divine veins faster. It was needless to say how valuable it was. That night, Lin Tian swallowed the elixir without hesitation. After a night of cultivation, his cultivation directly reached the 4th sky of the divine vein realm. The reason why he was able to break through so quickly was because he had refined a Class 7 demonic beast core in the corrosive poison forest. After that, he had cultivated bitterly for half a month. Originally, his cultivation was about to reach the 4th layer of the divine vein layer. Now, after consuming the channel shielding pill, breaking through to a new level was naturally a matter of course. Humph. Feeling the power of the 4th sky of the divine vein realm, Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer. Now, he wasn't far from Lung Feng's cultivation level. For the next 2 days, Lin Tian didn't step out of his room. He had been consolidating his cultivation level. After all, he had broken through too quickly during this period of time. He had to stabilize his foundation. Soon, another day passed. In the afternoon, Lin Tian walked out of his room and prepared to go to the Imperial Courtyard's cultivation area to take a look. Just as he opened the door, a yellow-clothed youth jumped out from the side and shouted, "Brother-in-law!" Chapter 139. Lin Tian was about to kick him, but when he heard the young man's name, he staggered. "Brother-in-law." What the hell? The young man looked very young, his skin was very white, and he looked to be about 16 years old. He rushed forward with a familiar face and directly gave Lin Tian a warm hug, happily saying, "Brother-in-law, I finally found you." Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine and quickly pushed the young man away. "Who are you?" Lin Tian asked. Someone suddenly called him brother-in-law. How could he be kidding? Most importantly, he didn't know this person at all. The young man straightened his clothes and said, "My name is Xian Chengyun. I just turned 16 last month. I'm now a member of Beiyan Imperial Courtyard." Xian Chengyun approached Lin Tian and said excitedly, "By the way, brother-in-law, I heard that you killed the young master of the Lung family in front of everyone. That was so domineering. My sister said that you should protect me in the future." Staring at the young man, Lin Tian was slightly stunned. "Your sister? Xian Yao?" He thought about it. Among the people he knew, only Xian Yao had the surname Xan. Xian Chengyun nodded, repeatedly. "Yes, that's right." Lin Tian was speechless. "I'm very close to your sister, but how did I become your brother-in-law?" "My sister's tone was strange when she mentioned you. We're siblings. I know my sister. You must be my brother-in-law. Even if you're not now, you'll definitely be in the future," Xian Chengyun said seriously. "Yes, that's right." Lin Tian. This guy's imagination was really wild. After a pause, Lin Tian thought about what Xian Chengyun said and asked curiously, "You're now a disciple of the Imperial Courtyard?" Lin Tian glanced at Xian Chengyun and found that he was only at the 7th level of the physique refinement realm. Although his cultivation was not bad, how could a 7th level of the physique refinement realm enter the Imperial Courtyard to cultivate? Yes, Xian Chengyun had a proud expression. "Does the Imperial Courtyard also accept disciples below the Divine Pulse realm?" "No." "Then you." "My family is rich." Lin Tian. He suddenly recalled what Suzhou had told him about exchanging spirit coins for academy contribution points. Now, it seemed that it wasn't just academy contribution points. As long as one had enough wealth, they could directly smash open the doors of the Imperial Courtyard with spirit coins. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Tian walked outside. "Hey, brother-in-law, wait for me." Xian Chengyun followed him eagerly. Lin Tian was speechless. "Don't call me brother-in-law." "Yes, brother-in-law." Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He walked in a certain direction and headed towards the cultivation area of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. After staying in his residence for a few days, his cultivation had reached the 4th layer of the Divine Vein realm. He wanted to experience the violent sand world and the rapids torrent. "Brother-in-law, how do you know my elder sister?" "Brother-in-law, what realm are you at now?" "Brother-in-law, can I treat you to dinner tonight?" "Hey, brother-in-law, say something." Along the way, Xian Chengyun didn't rest. Lin Tian felt his ears buzzing. He secretly thought that Xian Yao's younger brother was really a chatterbox. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was extremely huge, and the outer courtyard disciples' residences were quite a distance away from the cultivation area. Along the way, many Imperial Courtyard disciples were shocked when they saw Heavenly Queen Lin. They were all pointing at her and whispering to each other. A few days ago, Lin Tian killed the young master of the Lung family in front of everyone. Many Imperial Courtyard disciples were shocked. Xian Chengyun looked around and his eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, These guys seem to be in awe of you. You are so handsome. Let's make a deal. You have to protect me in the future. Lin Tian. Not long later, Lin Tian arrived at the cultivation area. The cultivation area of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy was very big. There were many Imperial Courtyard disciples coming and going. Lin Tian stopped for a while and then walked toward the Wild Sand World. The Wild Sand World was the basic cultivation resource of the Imperial Courtyard. There were no restrictions. When Lin Tian arrived, he didn't hesitate and directly walked in. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped. "Are you okay?" he asked Xian Chunyin. The Wild Sand World was designed for Divine Vein Realm experts. However, Xian Chunyin was only in the body refinement realm. Moreover, he was only at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Lin Tian thought that Xian Chunyin might not be able to withstand the pressure inside. "Brother-in-law, aren't you here?" Xian Qingyun said. Lin Tian was speechless. "After we go in, stay by my side." Xian Yao was very good to him. Since this guy was Xian Yao's younger brother, he naturally had to take care of him. "Okay, brother-in-law." Xian Chenyun nodded. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He took Xian Chenyun and stepped into the Wild Sand World. As soon as they stepped into the Wild Sand World, violent astral winds rushed toward them. The wind carried golden yellow sand, and it actually hurt when it hit their faces. The wind continued to howl in his ears. Even with Lin Tian's cultivation, he was still surprised when he first entered this place. Looking around, he could only see up to 2 zhang in front of him. He could not see anything beyond that. "Ouch!" Xian Qingyun howled. A faint voice entered Lin Tian's ears through the wind. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw Xian Qingyun covering his face with one hand and grabbing the corner of his clothes with the other. Xian Qingyun's body kept shaking as if he was going to be flipped over in the next moment. Lin Tian immediately released his true origin force and formed a true origin wall. It supported a small area with a diameter of about 10 feet. Only then did Xian Qingyun feel better. How terrifying! Xian Qingyun swallowed his saliva. At this moment, a ferocious roar sounded. A white-boned, demonic beast suddenly appeared beside Xian Qingyun. Xian Qingyun's expression changed. His eyes almost popped out. Clang! A sword whistled. The broken wound sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he slashed at the demonic beast. The white-boned demonic beast was cut in half and disappeared like starlight. Lin Tian wasn't surprised. He knew from Suzhou that the demonic beasts in this wild sand world were evolved from the illusory killing array. They didn't have the real killing power. When the disciples of the college were killed by the demonic beasts in the wild sand world, they would be thrown out by the array. So powerful! Xian Qingyun's face was full of admiration. "Don't just stand there. I will support this small area. You will be less affected by the wild sand. Now, rely on your own cultivation and martial arts to sense the surroundings and fight with the demonic beasts. Don't worry. No matter what, these demonic beasts can't kill you. You can treat them as illusions and fight with them to improve yourself." Lin Tian said. Since he was here, he couldn't waste his time. He wanted to help this guy. After all, he was Xian Yao's brother. "Okay, brother-in-law." Xian Qingyun nodded. Taking a deep breath, Xian Qingyun became serious and immediately got into a fighting stance. In the next moment, in the wild sand, the sound of air breaking was heard. Demonic beasts rushed over one after another. Clang! The sword whistled. Lin Tian waved the broken wound sword and killed many demonic beasts in the air. "Do it!" he yelled at Xian Qingyun. These demonic beasts weren't too strong. There were some 2nd level and 3rd level demonic beasts. He stopped the stronger ones and left the weaker ones for Xian Qingyun. He believed that with Xian Qingyun's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with some 2nd level and 3rd level demonic beasts. Xian Qingyan was a little scared at first, but after hearing Lin Tian's voice, he gritted his teeth and started to fight. Boom! Pulling out a long sword, Xian Qingyan slashed out streaks of crazy sword light. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Although Xian Qingyan was only at the 7th level of body refinement, the martial arts he used seemed to belong to the divine vein level. The power was extraordinary. However, he was only surprised for a moment. The Xian family could even break open the imperial courtyard's door with money. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to get some divine vein level martial arts. Not bad, continue. He encouraged. Yes, brother-in-law. Xian Qingyun said excitedly. The wild sand world was very unusual. The wind was very strong, and demonic beasts were constantly rushing over. It was impossible to guard against them. Lin Tian forcibly supported a small area with his huge vital essence to help Xian Qingyun block the wind and sand. His vital essence was also very consumed. After about 2 hours, he asked Xian Qingyun to leave. Walking out of the wild sand world, Xian Qingyun let out a long breath. It's so comfortable outside. The path of cultivation is originally not comfortable. Lin Tiandao. I know. Xian Qingyun nodded and stared at Lin Tian with some excitement and adoration. He said, but brother-in-law, you are so powerful. You can actually use your Zhenyuan to forcefully separate the sand and wind, and at the same time guide me in battle. I feel that my battle ability seems to have improved a lot, and my sword skills are also much more proficient. Although he only stayed in the wild sand world for 2 hours, Xian Qingyun felt that his strength had improved a lot. If there's a chance in the future, I'll bring you here again. Lin Tian said with a smile. Staying in the wild sand world for 2 hours didn't help him much. It was designed to enhance a warrior's perception. However, he cultivated the Heavenly One Soul spell, and his perception was already very strong. He could easily sense the demonic beasts rushing over from the wild sand world. As for the wind and sand, it wasn't too strong. With his current strength, he could easily resist it. After all, the wind and sand were originally only for interference. Okay. Hearing Lin Tian say that he'll come again in the future, Xian Qingyun nodded excitedly. Then Xian Qingyun looked at Lin Tian and said, By the way, brother-in-law, where are we going now? Why don't I bring you to the Immortal Knowledge Water Tower? No, I have to bring my mount here. Lin Tiandao. Now that he had settled down in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, it was time to bring the dragon scale horse over. Even though he didn't need a mount right now, Su Shu had spent a few days taming this precious steed as a gift for him. Furthermore, the steed itself was quite intelligent. Naturally, he wouldn't leave it outside. Mount. Okay, let's go together, Xian Qingyun said. Lin Tian was speechless. Did this guy really think of him as his brother-in-law? Why did it feel like he was sticking to him? Shaking his head, Lin Tian didn't care. He immediately walked out of the imperial courtyard. Lin Tian. At this moment, a sinister voice sounded. Chapter 140. Remember the literature building in a second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in purple walking towards him. It was Xia Wu. Wu Sheng, what's the matter? He said indifferently. Xia Wu's face darkened as he sneered. I didn't expect you to be a new student of the imperial courtyard. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. You stopped me just to say this nonsense. As he spoke, he shook his head and beckoned Xian Qingyun to walk out. Stop! Xia Wu shouted coldly. This place was close to the cultivation area, and there were many disciples coming and going. When they saw this scene, they all looked over. Lin Tian and Xia Wu were both famous among the new students. Lin Tian didn't want to talk to Xia Wu, but Xian Qingyun was a little unhappy. Who are you to speak so rudely? As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian and said, Brother-in-law, is this someone you know? I guess so. When I first came to the imperial city, we had some small dealings. Lin Tiantan smiled. Small dealings? Why do I feel like he hates you? Xian Qingyun was slightly stunned. If I didn't know your sister and kicked you out of the restaurant, you would hate me too. Lin Tiandao. Xian Qingyun stared and then gave him a thumbs up. Brother-in-law, you're so domineering. The two of them spoke to each other, completely ignoring the surroundings. This caused Xiao Wu's face to flicker between green and red. In particular, when Lin Tian mentioned what had happened in the restaurant that day, he immediately felt rather embarrassed. At this moment, quite a few students in the surroundings looked at him in surprise. There's actually such a thing, as expected of the ruthless person who dared to kill Lung Yitong. I didn't expect him to kick the young master of Linchuan City's Xia family when he just came to the imperial city. Really awesome. Around them, many people were discussing. Xia Wu only felt like his face was on fire. With a clang, he pulled out his sword and pointed it at Lin Tian. That day, if you didn't sneak attack me while I was fast, how could I be controlled by you? In terms of combat strength, you're far inferior to me. And then Lin Tiantan looked at Xia Wu indifferently. Xia Wu's face turned cold as he said coldly, Do you dare to fight to the death? That day he was kicked out of the restaurant by Lin Tian in front of so many people. This made Xia Wu really hate Lin Tian. He believed that his battle strength was stronger than Lin Tian, so he wanted to wash away his humiliation. Whoosh! When they heard the words battle of life and death, the surrounding imperial courtyard disciples were in an uproar. It was a life and death battle. Moreover, it was a life and death battle between two powerful new students. Many people's eyes lit up with anticipation. Boring. Lin Tian shook his head. As he spoke, he called out to Xian Qingyun and walked out of the academy. You don't dare! Xia Wu sneered and pointed his sword at Lin Tian. You're not worthy. Lin Tiantan said calmly. After he finished speaking, he didn't care about the expressions of the people around him. He walked straight out of the academy, leaving Xia Wu standing there with an ashen face. He gripped the sword in his hand so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His eyes were filled with malice. Lin Tian and Xian Qingyun walked out of the Northern Flame Imperial courtyard together. Brother-in-law, why did you kick that guy when you first came to the Imperial City? Xian Qingyun asked Lin Tian. He wanted to snatch the room that I had already booked. Lin Tian said. Xian Qingyun glared. A room is like a woman. That bastard actually dared to snatch brother-in-law's room? He's courting death. Lin Tian, where did this guy get this weird theory from? The imperial city was very luxurious. People came and went. Xian Qingyun pointed at this and that for a while. He dragged Lin Tian and said that he wanted to take Lin Tian to the immortal Wisdom Water Tower to welcome him. However, he was rejected. Brother-in-law, why aren't we at your restaurant yet? How much longer do we have to walk? 2 hours later, Xian Qingyun complained. He felt that his legs were a little sore. I didn't ask you to follow me. Lin Tian was speechless. He then said, Oh, right. Don't call me brother-in-law anymore. Okay, brother-in-law. Xian Qingyun nodded. Black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. He really wanted to give this guy a slap. Not long later, Lin Tian finally arrived at the restaurant from before. When he arrived at the backyard of the restaurant, the dragon scale stallion suddenly neighed and shook its head. It seemed to be a little excited. Lin Tian walked over and touched the dragon scale stallion's head. This guy really understood human nature. He looked at the dragon scale stallion. It seemed to have strengthened a lot in the past few days. This made him very satisfied. Peak rank 3 demonic beast? Brother-in-law, you're so domineering. Using this thing as a mount. Xian Qingyun's eyes lit up. A good friend gave it to me as a gift. Lin Tian smiled. After paying some spirit coins to the restaurant's waiter, Lin Tian led the dragon scale stallion out. Walking on the street, Many passers-by couldn't help but stare at the dragon scale stallion and point at it. One had to know that the dragon scale stallion was a peak rank 3 demonic beast. It was comparable to a 9th layer body, refinement realm cultivator. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tame it. To be able to use the dragon scale stallion as a mount, it was enough to show that the owner was very strong. Brother-in-law, let me ride it? Xin Qinyun's eyes lit up. Sure, Lin Tian. No matter what, he was still Xin Yao's younger brother. He wouldn't be stingy. Book read Xin Qinyun was overjoyed. He quickly ran to the side of the dragon scale stallion and jumped on it. However, just as he stepped on the dragon scale stallion's back, the dragon scale stallion suddenly neighed angrily and threw him off. With a bang, Xin Qinyun fell to the ground. He grimaced in pain. Brother-in-law, Xin Qinyun pointed at the dragon scale stallion, trembling in anger. Lin Tian looked at the dragon scale stallion and suddenly laughed. It seems that only he was allowed to ride the dragon scale stallion. Good fellow. Stroking the dragon scale stallion's soft mane, he liked this guy even more. Xin Qinyun stared at the dragon scale stallion. After a while, he could only helplessly shake his head. The two of them walked towards the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Along the way, Xin Qinyun was still chatty. By the way, brother-in-law, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard will be very lively this time because there are more geniuses than previous years. Moreover, it is said that a certain prince will be coming to the Imperial Courtyard to cultivate soon. Xin Qinyun said. Lin Tianwei was stunned. A prince is coming to the Imperial Courtyard to cultivate? As far as he knew, there were many experts in the Imperial Palace. There were experts who were responsible for teaching the princes. Under normal circumstances, there is no need. However, who knows what a prince is interested in? Maybe he feels that cultivating alone in the Imperial Palace is too boring and wants to have some fun in the outside world. Xin Qinyun said. Lin Tian nodded and didn't pay too much attention to it. Soon, the two of them returned to the Imperial Courtyard. There were many geniuses in the Imperial Courtyard. Naturally, Lin Tianyi wasn't the only one who had a mount. Therefore, there was a special stable. Lin Tian brought the dragon scale horse to the Imperial Courtyard stable. After tying up the reins, he patted the horse and left. In the corrosive poison forest, he had already mastered 60% of the Azure Thunder Sword skill. Now he was preparing to head to the Imperial Courtyard Scripture Depository to choose a new Divine Vein Realm Martial technique to cultivate. After all, it was never a bad thing to learn more martial techniques. Do you want to come along? Lin Tian asked Xin Qinyun. If brother-in-law is going, I will go. Xin Qinyun nodded. Lin Tian was speechless. It seemed like this guy was really going to stick to him. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was huge, but Lin Tian was more or less familiar with it. Soon, they arrived in front of a very tall building. It was the Scripture Depository. As far as the eye could see, the Scripture Depository was divided into 4 floors. It emitted a majestic aura. When they arrived at the Scripture Depository, Lin Tian and Xin Qinyun passed their Imperial Courtyard nameplates to the Scripture Depository's deacon. The deacon glanced at them and said indifferently, "Go to the 2nd floor. You can choose any cultivation technique or martial technique. Time limit, 2 hours." After the ranking battle, all the disciples' nameplates had been refreshed. Now, different nameplates represented different individuals. The deacon of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion only needed to scan the nameplates with his Zhanyuan to find out who had received the martial skills. Lin Tian took back his Imperial Courtyard nameplate and headed to the 2nd floor. Brother-in-law, wait for me. Xin Qinyun called out from behind. The two of them went to the 2nd floor and saw that it was filled with all kinds of cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Pure Yang art, sky water art, floating frost scripture. Lin Tian casually flipped through a few cultivation techniques and found that they were exquisite. They were all at the upper divine pulse level. The divine pulse level cultivation techniques in the Nine Suns Marshall House could not be compared to them. Of course, the cultivation techniques here were far inferior to the four extremes scripture that he cultivated. Bypassing the cultivation techniques, Lin Tian's gaze landed on the martial techniques. Nine claws, green flame sword, Luo Ri fist. Lin Tianyi glanced at them and couldn't help but shake his head. He had mastered the Azure Thunder Sword art. This sword art was very strong. 60% of the sword outline was already comparable to a divine pulse level martial technique. Therefore, he didn't need any sword-type martial techniques for the time being. Now that he had come here, he wanted to choose a martial skill that was similar to the Sword of Lightning, which had an instant burst of power. After all, the Sword of Lightning was only one of the mid-level martial skills in body refinement. In his current realm, it was slightly weak, so he wanted to find a stronger martial skill to replace it. Boomerang saber, cloud collapse, raging flame arrow. Lin Tian kept shaking his head as he scanned through the list. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a martial technique manual. It was called Nirvana Fist. Nirvana Fist, upper divine pulse level martial technique. There is only one move, which is to gather true origin at the tip of the fist and compress it to the maximum. Then it will materialize into a fist aura. It can be used to kill enemies from a distance. This martial technique consumes a lot of true origin and is very difficult to cultivate. Moreover, the cultivator needs to have a very strong physical body. Otherwise, the body will not be able to withstand the compressed fist aura. Lin Tian's eyes lit up when he read it. It seemed that this Nirvana Fist was not bad. After taking a deep breath, Lin Tian thought about it and chose it. Have you chosen? After choosing the Nirvana Fist, Lin Tian asked Xin Chengyun. Yes, Xin Chengyun replied. Lin Tian scanned through the list and found that Xin Chengyun had chosen the Pure Yang art and the 100 Phantom Shadows. Not bad. The Pure Yang art can make true origin purer and more condensed. The 100 Phantom Shadows can increase your speed and reflexes. Together with the divine pulse level sword technique that you have cultivated, it should be good. Lin Tian said. Xin Chengyun was proud of himself. Hee, brother-in-law, you think I have good taste too? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. This fellow was really like opening a dye house when given a little bit of color. After the deacon of the scripture pavilion recorded it, the two of them walked out. Brother-in-law, where are we going now? Xin Chengyun asked. Nonsense. Of course, we are going to cultivate. Chapter 141. It was still early in the evening, so Lin Tian came to the cultivation area again. This time, he chose to take a look at the turbulent torrent. Full text to read. I'll go too, Xin Chengyun said. Lin Tian didn't say anything, so Xin Chengyun followed him into the turbulent torrent space. Rumble. As soon as they entered, there was a sudden roar, and the earth seemed to be shaking. In front of them, a wide river ran from north to south. The water was reddish-green, and the current was frighteningly fast, splashing waves. It seems that I can't help you in this place. Do you want to go down? Lin Tian asked. Xin Chengyun swallowed his saliva. Not only was the scarlet-green water current astonishingly fast, but when it approached, one could feel a terrifying chill. This caused Xin Chengyun to involuntarily tremble. He said this. I suddenly remembered that there are still some things I need to take care of. I think I need to go home immediately. Lin Tian, brother-in-law, you can do it, Xin Chengyun said, waved at Lin Tian and then ran out. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. To be honest, this place was really difficult for Xin Chengyun, who was in the body refining realm, to withstand. Looking at the front again, the water was majestic like 10,000 horses galloping. Occasionally, there would be huge waves of water that were nearly 10 feet high, and the rumbling sound was like the vibration of thunder. Lin Tian casually glanced around and saw that there were many disciples of the academy cultivating in the turbulent torrent, fighting against the turbulent current. "It's really spectacular," Lin Tian said to himself. After a pause, Lin Tian didn't hesitate and immediately stepped in. This torrent looked fierce, but it wasn't deep. After stepping in, the water level was only about his abdomen. But even so, this torrent was extremely cold. Even the current Lin Tian couldn't help but feel cold. There was a bone-piercing chill that enveloped him, as if it was going to penetrate his bone marrow. This turbulent torrent is really good to train a martial artist's courage and endurance, Lin Tian thought. Even Lin Tian felt some pain when the torrent of water hit his body, and the bone-piercing cold was not something an ordinary person could endure. He could not help but shiver a few times. Moreover, according to his understanding, this torrent was over 1 kilometer in length, and the higher it went, the faster the flow of water and the colder it was. Judging from the situation, if you want to stand firmly in this torrent, even at the end, you have to be at least at the early stage of the divine pulse. And if you want to stand firmly at the source, I'm afraid you have to be at the sea of consciousness realm. After a while, Lin Tian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He took a deep breath and began to circulate the 4 extreme meridians, using his tyrannical true essence to support his body and resist the rushing torrent. At the same time, he also used it to resist the bone-piercing chill contained within the torrent. After that, he began to adjust the flow of true essence in his body and began to cultivate the Nirvana fist that he had just obtained from the scripture depository. Nirvana fist. Compress true yuan and send out a light beam-shaped fist aura, destroying everything in its path. Lin Tian muttered to himself. According to the records of the Nirvana fist art, Lin Tian constantly adjusted the true essence in his body and gathered it at his right fist. Then, like cotton, he kept compressing it. Soon he felt an intense pain. He felt as if his right fist had turned into a balloon, and the air inside was recklessly blowing up his fist. This caused Lin Tian's expression to change, and he quickly stopped. My current physical body is comparable to an expert at the 7th level of the divine pulse realm, but it is still difficult to cultivate this Nirvana fist art. It is hard to withstand the true essence compressed at the tip of my fist, and I can't blast out a fist aura. Lin Tian muttered to himself and shook his head. It seems like I have to quickly increase my physical body strength. After thinking about it, Lin Tian temporarily gave up on cultivating the Nirvana fist art and started to focus on tempering his body. The 4 extreme meridians quickly circulated, and a faint true essence condensed on the surface of his body. He faced the torrential waves and started to move upstream. Soon, he walked from the end of the torrent to the middle of the torrent. Rumble. When he reached the middle of the torrent was even more shocking. Occasionally, there would be waves as high as 50 meters, and the water was even colder. Lin Tian took a deep breath and circulated the 4 extreme meridians even faster. He continued to move forward. There were many people in the torrent, and almost all of them were senior disciples. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be astonished. Who is that guy? He has actually crossed half of this turbulent current and is still going up. He looks unfamiliar. I have never seen him before. Could he be a new student? A new student? There is actually such a strong person among the new students. His physical body is abnormal. Many people stared with wide eyes. One had to know that in order to cross the middle of the torrent, one would need to be at least at the 5th level of the divine pulse realm. Lin Tian didn't care about these people's discussions. He gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. When he was about 120 meters away from the source of the torrent, he felt an unparalleled obstruction and finally couldn't move forward anymore. This place will do, Lin Tian muttered to himself. His 4 extreme meridians circulated quickly. Then he did something that made all the senior disciples behind him tremble. He actually buried his head and submerged his entire body into the torrent. Damn, what is this guy doing? Could it be that he fainted? Bullsh asterisk T. No matter how I look at it, he is the one who shrunk into the water. Many of the older disciples were stunned. They even forgot that they were cultivating and stared straight ahead. Just like this, time passed minute by minute. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Could it be that he really fainted? It has only been 15 minutes. What's the rush? Divine Pulse Realm cultivators can hold their breath for at least an hour. But this is a torrent. How can it be compared to the outside world? Moreover, that guy is standing so close to the source of the torrent. Many people were discussing, spiritedly. Another 15 minutes passed. Just when most people thought that Lin Tian had fainted, finally, there was a splash of water in front of them. Lin Tian stood up with a whoosh, shocking many senior disciples. Half an hour. In such a place, his entire body was submerged in the torrent, and he actually lasted for half an hour. Is he really a freshman? He is a freak. His physique is probably comparable to an expert at the 7th level of the divine vein realm. Many people were flabbergasted. Lin Tian didn't care about these people's voices. He only felt a tearing pain coming from his body. His legs that were submerged in the torrent were faintly trembling. It seems like I have reached my limit, he muttered to himself. He held his breath as his entire body sank into the torrent. The rapid torrent wantonly scoured every part of his body, and a bone-piercing chill endlessly surged into his body like numerous ice blades slicing his body. Under such circumstances, he persisted for 30 minutes, which was comparable to standing in the torrent normally for 6 hours. He took a deep breath, squatted slightly, and suddenly jumped up. Swish! He rushed out from the torrent and landed steadily on the shore. Damn, he still has the strength to jump. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Really, what a monster! This scene caused many people's hearts to palpitate. After walking out from the torrent, Lin Tian instantly felt much better. His body was no longer cold, and his breathing became smoother. He paused for a moment and walked out from the small space in the torrent. He felt that his body was much tougher. Not long later, Lin Tian returned to his residence. It was already night time. He washed his body and changed into a clean set of clothes. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, pulled out 2 spirit-gathering runes, and started cultivating. Buzz! Faint silver light lingered on the surface of his body, making him look extremely elegant. It was as though an immortal had descended to the mortal world. Soon the night passed. Time passed. For the next few days, Lin Tian went to the torrent to cultivate almost every day, constantly tempering his physical body. Gradually, Lin Tian discovered the benefits of the torrent. Not only could it strengthen a martial artist's physique, but the cold air in the torrent could also penetrate through the acupoints time after time, making it easier to construct the divine pulse in the future. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian walked out of his residence and prepared to head to the torrent to cultivate as usual. These few days he felt that his physical body had become much stronger. It would not be long before he could start cultivating the Nirvana fist art for real. He was looking forward to compressing his quintessential essence to the extreme and brandishing the materialized full aura to kill enemies from a distance. Brother-in-law. Something bad happened, brother-in-law. At this moment, Xian Qingyun, who he had not seen for a few days, hurriedly ran over from afar, panting heavily. What's wrong? Lin Tian was a little puzzled. Xian Qingyun's expression was a little ugly. He said carefully, brother-in-law, the dragon scale horse, Lin Tian frowned. He had a bad feeling. Without asking Xian Qingyun what happened, he walked straight to the imperial courtyard stable. Soon he arrived at the stable and saw a group of people in front of him. They were discussing something softly, and it happened to be the dragon scale horse's position. He walked up and pushed the crowd aside. Suddenly his expression changed. In front of him, the dragon scale horse was lying on the ground. Its originally smooth mane was completely dyed red with blood. Its body was covered with dense sword wounds. Its limbs were all cut off, and it was on the verge of death. Lin Tian quickly walked to the dragon scale horse's side. The dragon scale horse seemed to have sensed its master's arrival. It struggled slightly, but it could not stand up. Lin Tian squatted down and placed his right hand on the dragon scale horse's body. He felt that the dragon scale horse's life force was quickly draining away. It could not survive. He looked around and realized that not only were the dragon scale horse's limbs cut off, but its abdomen was also cut open. Blood flowed out without any regard for its life, dyeing the ground completely red. The dragon scale horse opened its mouth and seemed to want to cry out, but blood continued to gush out. Lin Tian clenched his fist tightly. A terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes. "Rest in peace," he said. Then he took out a dagger from the stone ring. After trembling a few times, he finally endured the pain and cut open the dragon scale horse's throat. He personally ended the dragon scale horse's last breath. With its limbs cut off and its abdomen cut open, the dragon scale horse could not survive. He did not want it to continue suffering. Standing up, Lin Tian swept his gaze around. A terrifying killing intent seeped out of his body. "Who did this?" Staring at the crowd, his voice was low and his eyes were even more terrifying. Facing such a gaze, the crowd was startled, and many people began to retreat. Lin Tian stepped forward and almost instantly arrived in front of one of the people. He grabbed the person's collar and asked, "Who did this?" Seeing Lin Tian's terrifying eyes at such a close distance, the person's face turned pale and he almost fainted. Xia Wu! This person was also a new Imperial Courtyard student and recognized Xia Wu. End of chapter. Chapter 142. Lin Tian grabbed the new student, and the shattering sword puppet appeared, emitting a loud clang. "Now, where is he?" He sneered. I think. He went back to his residence. The new student trembled in fear. Lin Tian threw the student away and strode towards the outer courtyard residence with a murderous look on his face. The surrounding Imperial Courtyard disciples were shocked when they saw this. "Oh my God! What is he going to do?" Don't tell me he's going to kill someone. This is the Imperial Courtyard." Staring at Lin Tian's back, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. "Let's follow him and see," someone said. Instantly, a large group of people walked towards the outer courtyard residence. Of course, none of them dared to get close to Lin Tian. All of them stayed 10 feet away from Lin Tian. Even Xian Chunyin was no exception. He had never seen Lin Tian with such a terrifying gaze before. The Imperial Courtyard was connected to all directions. Lin Tian held the shattering wound sword as he made his way to his residence in the outer courtyard. Along the way, it was unknown how many people were stunned. However, all the Imperial Courtyard disciples who saw his current appearance were all shocked by the terrifying killing intent emitted from his body. Isn't that Lin Tian?" "What Lin Tian?" "The Lin Tian who killed the Lung family's young master? It's him. What's wrong with him? This murderous aura, this..." Someone recognized Lin Tian and couldn't help but suck in a few breaths of cold air. During the ranking competition, he killed the Lung family's young master, Lung Yitong, in front of 2 elders. This caused the name Lin Tian to spread across the entire Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Now, seeing Lin Tian in such a state, many people couldn't help but tremble violently. Instantly, more people cautiously followed behind Lin Tian. Following closely behind Lin Tian, they arrived at the residential area of the outer yard disciples. Many people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lin Tian held the sundering wound sword. The Heavenly One Soul technique made his perception extremely strong, far surpassing those of the same realm. After arriving at this place, he did not need anyone to tell him where to go. He directly stared at a house 10 zhang away. Within that house, he could feel Xia Wu's aura as well as a trace of the dragon scale stallion's blood. Clang! With an ear-piercing whistle, a thunderous sword energy shot out and landed on the roof of a house 100 feet away. With a boom, the house was instantly torn apart, and debris flew everywhere. "Who is it?" With an angry roar, Xia Wu jumped out from the debris of the destroyed house. Then Xia Wu saw Lin Tian. "It's you? Looks like you know everything." Staring at Lin Tian, Xia Wu sneered and said, "That beast is really an eyesore. Coincidentally, when I was passing by, I suddenly wanted to practice my swordsmanship, so I could only use it as a target. Strange, you seem to be very angry. It's just a beast. Is there a need for that? This young master will gift you a few." Xia Wu was very unhappy with Lin Tian. When he knew that Lin Tian had brought back a mount, he immediately wanted to vent his anger on this mount. After all, it was just a demonic beast. Even if he killed the dragon scale stallion, the Imperial Yard would not care at all. However, this could embarrass Lin Tian. After all, a mount was also the face of its master. Bastard! Xin Chengyun cursed. He knew that the dragon scale stallion was a gift from Lin Tian's very good friend. Xia Wu's actions and words made even him angry. Lin Tian stared at Xia Wu. The cyan vein in his hand that was holding the sword was throbbing. Clang! Another azure thunder sword energy. Instantly, the thunderous sword energy resounded in all directions. A long rainbow rushed toward Xia Wu. Xia Wu's expression changed. He did not expect that Lin Tian would dare to directly attack him in the Imperial Yard. However, his cultivation was also very strong. With a sway of his body, he dodged the lightning sword energy, barely dodging it. He had dodged, but the house behind him was in trouble. It was brushed by this sword intent, and with a boom, it exploded into pieces. Heavens, this destructive power. Is he really a new student this year? Super godly. Many senior disciples were dumbfounded. The power of a single sword strike was already so strong. What kind of battle prowess was this? Xia Wu was also shocked by Lin Tian's sword strike. His face turned slightly pale. However, he immediately roared at Lin Tian, "You impudent brat! How dare you? This is the Imperial Yard. I did not ask for a battle of life and death with you. You dare to attack me like this? This is openly defying the Imperial Yard's rules." Clang! What answered Xia Wu was another lightning sword energy. Xia Wu dodged the sword with difficulty. His expression instantly became very ugly and incomparably ashen. That day, the 2 elders of the Imperial Yard already warned you that you are not allowed to attack your fellow disciples. Even if you still have the dragon mark token, the Imperial Yard will definitely not let you go. Now, you actually dare to do this. You are courting death. Xia Wu shouted angrily. Xia Wu originally thought that Lin Tianji was just a little faster. Even if Lin Tian killed Leng Yitong, he did not think that Lin Tian was stronger than him. After all, his strength was far from what Leng Yitong could compare to. Therefore, a few days ago, he dared to directly challenge Lin Tian to a battle of life and death. He wanted to kill Lin Tianyi in a battle of life and death to wash away his humiliation. However, at this moment, when he saw Lin Tian slash out twice in a row, his heart palpitated. This sword energy was too terrifying. If it was him, he would definitely not be able to slash out. Moreover, Lin Tian's battle prowess seemed to be much stronger than his. Hearing Xia Wu's words, the expressions of the surrounding onlookers changed. This is against the rules of the Imperial Yard. Attacking fellow disciples is the biggest taboo of the Imperial Yard. This is a matter of life and death. Many people swallowed their saliva. Xin Qingyun's face paled slightly as he looked at Lin Tiandao. "Brother-in-law, calm down first. Don't do anything rash." Xin Qingyun naturally knew how strict the rules of the Imperial Yard were. Not long ago, Lin Tiansha had been killed by Leng Yitong. At that time, with the dragon mark token, the elders of the Imperial Yard were able to watch, but now it was impossible. Even if Lin Tian still had the dragon mark token, the Imperial Yard would not forgive him. After all, at that time, Han He and Lulan had clearly said this. Lin Tian glared at Xiao Wu with a cruel expression. Imperial Yard? Rules? His expression was ice-cold as he raised his hand and slashed out again. This slash was extremely fast and shockingly powerful. Even though Xiao Wu had executed his family's inherited movement technique, he was still slightly grazed by the slash. In an instant, one of his arms was sent flying, and dazzling blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Xiao Wu screamed. One of his arms was chopped off, and the pain was bone-piercing. Such a scene caused everyone else to suck in a breath of cold air. This, he really dares to kill him? Oh my God, this lunatic! This is the Imperial Yard. How dare he be so bold? Many people felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Tian held the broken wound sword and closed in on Xiao Wu step by step. The killing intent on his body was not concealed at all. Xiao Wu was frightened and angry. A treasured sword appeared in his remaining right hand, shining brightly under the sun. That sword is... It seems to be a low-grade treasured weapon. That's right, it really is. Staring at the treasured sword in Xiao Wu's hand, many disciples were shocked. A low-grade treasured weapon could increase the combat power of the wielder by 40%. It was extremely terrifying and priceless. Stop! Xiao Wu roared. His remaining right hand held the low-grade treasured sword, but his face was full of fear and he was actually retreating. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and filled with cruelty. The sword whistled as he appeared in front of Xiao Wu in a flash, and the broken wound sword mercilessly slashed down. Damn it! Go to hell! Xiao Wu roared, holding the low-grade treasured sword. Xiao Wu used his family's unique skill, the falling death sword, and slashed out a violent sword ray. The two different sword rays collided, exploding into a sky full of multicolored light, so dazzling that many people could not open their eyes. What a powerful sword chi! Many people were shocked. In the next moment, when the smoke and dust dispersed, Lin Tian appeared in front of Xiao Wu, and the broken wound sword in his hand slashed down again. You, pooh! Blood sputtered as Xiao Wu's right arm was cut off. The treasured sword fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Ah! Xiao Wu screamed. In the next moment, Lin Tianyi kicked him in the chest. With a bang, Xiao Wu stuck to the ground and flew more than 10 zhang away in a sorry state. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he pressed forward step by step. Stop! You stop! Xiao Wu shouted, seeing Lin Tianyi walking over step by step and facing Lin Tian's cold eyes. Xiao Wu's face was suddenly filled with fear. Now that his arms were crippled, he could only rub his back against the ground and continuously retreat. Lin Tian's expression was cruel as he raised his hand and slashed down. With a puff, Xiao Wu's left leg was cut off and blood flowed out. Xiao Wu screamed miserably, twitching in pain as he rolled on the ground. Lin Tian's pace did not change as he stepped forward step by step, and the broken wound sword was raised again. Stop, stop! Spare me this time, spare me! Xiao Wu shouted in fear. At this moment, Xiao Wu no longer wanted to threaten Lin Tian with the so-called Imperial Courtyard's taboo. His eyes were completely filled with fear. Spare you! Lin Tian's eyes were cold with a terrifying, murderous aura. The dragon scale stallion was a gift that Su Shu spent a few days painstakingly taming and gave to him as a means of transportation. Furthermore, the dragon scale stallion understood human nature and got along well with him. He liked it very much. But now, the dragon scale stallion was cruelly killed by Xiao Wu. Its limbs were cut off and its abdomen was cut open. This filled his heart with murderous intent. Ever since he saw Lin Shi being bullied by the 2 dogs of the Mo clan, he had never been so angry. Trash! Staring at Xiao Wu, His eyes were filled with murderous aura as he slashed down with the broken wound sword. With a puff, Xia Wu's last leg was cut off. Ah! Xia Wu screamed miserably, his voice sorrowful, causing many onlookers in the outer courtyard to feel their scalps go numb. This so ruthless! How dare! How dare! Staring at the scene in front of them, many disciples felt a chill down their spines. Lin Tian looked down at Xia Wu on the ground, his eyes cruel. You cut off its limbs, I will cut off your arms and legs. You cut open its abdomen, I will cut you in half. With that, he raised the broken wound sword again. With such words and such actions, Xia Wu was so shocked that his face turned pale. Stop! I apologize, I was wrong, please don't kill me. Staring at the current Lin Tian, Xia Wu's eyes were filled with fear, as if he was looking at a malicious spirit. If apologizing can make it come back to life, I will not kill you. Your apology, will it have that effect? Lin Tian said coldly. Xia Wu trembled, his face even paler. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. In his right hand, the broken wound sword slashed down mercilessly. No. Stop. Puff. Blood splattered as the broken wound sword slashed across, cutting Xia Wu in half. Chapter 143. Blood flowed on the ground, and the surroundings suddenly became deathly silent. He really killed him. This, so ruthless. Many people trembled and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Many people stared at Lin Tian with fear in their eyes. They thought to themselves, this is really a crazy and ruthless person. A few days ago, he killed the young master of the Lung family in the freshman ranking battle. In the blink of an eye, only a few days have passed, and he actually killed another person in the imperial courtyard. Lin Tian glanced at Xia Wu's body expressionlessly, then turned to look outside the residence. Facing Lin Tian's gaze, many people trembled and involuntarily stepped back. Brother-in-law, that Xi and Qingyun moved closer, looking a little cautious. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then said, Is there anyone who can deal with horses? I want to bury the dragon scale horse. Sushu was his best friend. Knowing that he was going to the imperial city, she subdued a dragon scale horse and gave it to him. He had always cherished it, but he didn't expect that the dragon scale horse would be killed in the Northern Flame imperial courtyard shortly after arriving at the imperial city. Yes, brother-in-law, don't worry, leave this to me. Xin Chenyun promised. Lin Tian nodded and walked towards the stable with Xin Chenyun. Outside the residence, seeing Lin Tian walk out, everyone's expression changed, and they all made way for him. Soon, Lin Tian and Xin Chenyun walked away and disappeared from everyone's sight. Many people stared in front of them. Xia Wu's body was lying on the ground, and his blood dyed the ground red. It was a ghastly sight, and some female disciples couldn't help but retch. This ruthless person. I'm afraid this matter is going to blow up. This time, I wonder how the imperial courtyard will deal with it. Last time, Elder Han also said that if someone kills a fellow disciple in the imperial courtyard, even the imperial family's dragon mark order won't be able to do anything. Someone whispered. Lin Tian naturally couldn't hear these voices. At this moment, he and Xin Qingyun had already arrived at the stable again. Staring at the dragon scale horse's body, Lin Tian seemed to be a little silent. Brother-in-law, I'll arrange it immediately, Xin Chengyun said. Xin Qingyun was very familiar with the imperial city. After he gave the order, a few people quickly came over. They were the servants of the Yima village. Under Xin Qingyun's instructions, the workers took the dragon scale stallion's corpse away and promised to bury it properly. Lin Tian looked at Xin Qingyun and said, Thank you. Brother-in-law, you don't have to be so courteous with me. My sister said that you'll take care of me in the imperial courtyard. But outside, if you need anything, I'll do my best. Xin Qingyun said. Lin Tian smiled. The Xin siblings seemed to be very interesting. In the future, I will thank your sister in person. That's even more unnecessary. In any case, we'll be a family in the future, so there's no need to thank me, no need to thank me. Xian Qingyun said casually. Lin Tian. It had to be said that after chatting with Xian Qingyun for a while, his mood became much better. He stood there for a while, shook his head, and walked towards the residential area. It was still early, but he was not in the mood to cultivate for a while. Xian Qingyun followed behind, looking worried. He stared at Lin Tian, wanting to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Lin Tian asked. Xian Qingyun hesitated for a while, then said, That brother-in-law, you killed another Imperial Courtyard disciple. Although that guy deserved to die, now the Imperial Courtyard might. Xian Qingyun did not say it clearly, but Lin Tian understood. At that time, I couldn't care so much. Let's take one step at a time. Lin Tian on Dao. In fact, Lin Tian wasn't too worried. Even without the dragon mark medallion, he was still a guest elder of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Guild. If he had no other choice, he could bring out this identity. Even the Northern Flame Imperial Academy would have to be wary of him. After all, the Array Manipulator Guild's power was extremely terrifying. Take one step at a time? Xian Qingyun was stunned. Lin Tian smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. That's true. Xian Qingyun seemed to have thought of something, and he said excitedly, When my sister talked about brother-in-law, she talked as if you were omnipotent. I believe in my sister's judgment. She won't be wrong. Lin Tian, he smiled, but his footsteps did not change as he walked toward the residence. Xian Qingyun had nothing to do. He followed behind Lin Tian, saying that he wanted to learn everything about life from Lin Tian. He wanted to learn every bit of it. At this time, a purple sedan stopped at the entrance of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. The sedan was luxurious. It was pure gold, and there were flying dragons on it. It was extremely majestic. An old servant and a young man in luxurious clothes walked out of the sedan and stretched their arms. Imperial Courtyard, I'm here, the young man said. The old servant ordered someone to settle the sedan down. He carried some things and stood quietly beside the young man. Oldly, that bro really came to the Imperial Courtyard, right? The young man asked. The information we received is correct. That little bro really came to the Imperial City. He's in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. The old servant said. The young man's eyes lit up. Let's go. It's been a long time. I miss you. In the outer courtyard, Lin Tian had returned to his room, and Xian Qingyun was naturally there too. Brother-in-law, what realm are you at now? Xiao Wu is said to be at the third sky of the Divine Pulse, but he couldn't even resist you. Have you reached the fourth sky of the Divine Pulse? Xian Qingyun said. Yes, you can say that. Lin Tian Dao. Although Xian Qingyun had guessed it, he was still surprised when he heard Lin Tian admit it. Then, Xian Qingyun became dispirited again. What's wrong? Lin Tian Dao. Xian Qingyun curled his lips and said, Why is the gap between people so big? I'm not much younger than you, but I'm only at the seventh sky of the body refinement realm. You're at the fourth sky of the Divine Pulse. That's a gap of 6 small realms. Lin Tianwei was stunned and then smiled. Don't worry about cultivation. To be honest, you've reached the 7th sky of the body refinement realm at the age of 16. You're already very strong. When I was 16, I didn't know how to cultivate, he said. Really? Xian Qingyun was delighted. Of course it's true. Lin Tian Dao. Hearing Lin Tian's affirmative answer, Xian Qingyun was happy. But gradually he felt something was wrong. After thinking for a while, his face fell. Brother-in-law, you're bullying me. According to what you said, you've reached the 4th sky of the Divine Pulse from an ordinary person in a few months. You can't be so discouraging. Lin Tian suddenly blushed with shame and didn't know what to say. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Xian Qingyun jumped up. Is it the Imperial Dean's elders? What should I do? What should I do? It's okay. Lin Tian signaled Xai and Qingyun to calm down. He then walked up and opened the door. Looking outside the door, Lin Tian was stunned. "Hey, brother, we meet again." An old servant and a young man in luxurious clothes stood outside the door. The young man in luxurious clothes didn't say anything and gave Lin Tian a bear hug. Lin Tian was surprised. "It's you. You're also here to cultivate?" This old servant and young man were none other than the people he had met in the dark forest of Fengjian City. At that time, in order to cultivate the Azure Thunder Sword technique, he had saved the two of them once. After that, when he was chased by the Mo clan, the two of them had also helped him a lot. The young man in luxurious clothes was called Zhu Yi. As for the old servant, Lin Tianji knew that his surname was Liu. Zhu Yi smiled. "Yes, that's right. Zhu Yi and the old servant surnamed Liu were the two people who came out of the carriage outside the Northern Flame Imperial Dean. They asked around and found out Lin Tian's residence. Little brother, are you not going to let us in?" The old servant asked with a smile. Lin Tian was stunned. He then moved aside and said with a smile, "Sorry, I was surprised and forgot. Come in." He then led the two into the house and closed the door. "Brother-in-law, aren't they the elders of the Imperial Dean?" Xai and Qingyun walked out. When his eyes fell on the young man in luxurious clothes, his expression changed as if he had seen a ghost. He said with his eyes wide open, 9999, "Ninth Prince." Hearing this, Lin Tian was moved. "Ninth Prince." He looked at Xai and Qingyun, then at the young man in luxurious clothes. Xai and Qingyun whispered, "The youngest prince in the Northern Flame Imperial family. Brother-in-law, you don't know his identity?" Lin Tianyi was stunned. He really didn't know. After a short pause, he suddenly remembered something. When they walked out of the dark forest in Fengjian City, a middle-aged man beside Zhu Yi took out a token, which made the Mo clan's person in charge of guarding the dark forest treat Zhu Yi and the others with respect. Now that he thought about it, was because of this. Is he really a prince? He looked at the young man in luxurious clothes. Zhu Yi nodded and smiled awkwardly. "I had no choice but to hide my identity last time. I don't mean anything else." "That's fine." Lin Tian shook his head and said, "Well, I don't have to salute you, right?" Zhu Yi was stunned and said, "Brother, you're treating me like an outsider. We'll treat each other the same way we treated each other before. Prince is just a title. It's no big deal." "That's fine," Lin Tian said with a smile. Honestly speaking, if he had to bow to Zhu Yi, he would really feel very awkward. Xai and Qingyun came forward. "Ninth Prince, this is my brother-in-law." In the end, he added, "By blood." "Brother-in-law? By blood?" Zhu Yi was surprised. "When did your sister Xai Yao get married?" As he said this, Zhu Yi gave Lin Tian a thumbs up and said seriously, "Brother, you're amazing. You actually managed to subdue that hot girl from the Xai family. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. But then again, when did you get married?" There's no news about this in the Imperial City. There were 3 major martial arts clans in the Imperial City. They were the Duan clan, the Jiang clan, and the Lung clan. Next was the wealthy merchant clan, the Xai clan. Rumor had it that the Xai clan was extremely wealthy. They were so wealthy that they could rival a country. As the 9th Prince of Beiyan, Zhu Yi naturally knew the Xai clan well. He knew Xai Yao and her brother. Lin Tian glanced at Xai and Qingyun and said helplessly, "No, this is a misunderstanding." Zhu Yi looked at Xai and Qingyun curiously. "We're not married yet, but we definitely will be in the future," Xai and Qingyun said with his chest puffed out. Lin Tian then briefly told Zhu Yi about what had happened between him and Xai Yao. "I see." Zhu Yi finally understood. He paused and looked at Lin Tiandao. "Right. I heard that you killed Lung Yitong from the Lung clan in the ranking battle. Then, when we were asking about your residence in the Imperial Courtyard, we heard some new rumors about you. Did you really kill someone in the Imperial Courtyard?" End of chapter. Chapter 144. Memorize literature building in a second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian did not hide anything, simply nodding his head in response to Zhu Yi's question. Why? Zhu Yi asked. That bastard was courting death. Xian Cheng said. When brother-in-law came to the imperial city, a good friend spent a few days subduing a dragon-scaled colt and gave it to brother-in-law as a gift. That dragon-scaled colt was also very human-like. When I wanted to ride it, that fellow refused and only acknowledged brother-in-law. However, it was cruelly killed by that bastard today. At that moment, Xian Chengyun briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Zhu Yi was shocked and also seemed a little angry. How despicable! Old servant Li stared at Lin Tian, slightly surprised. Little brother, to go to such an extent for a mount, you are indeed affectionate and righteous. This old man admires you. Old servant Li said. Lin Tian shook his head, not wanting to say anything more on this matter. Sushu was his best friend, and she had helped him a lot. Even now, he had entrusted his only sister to Sushu. However, he did not properly protect the gift Sushu gave him, which made him feel very sorry for Sushu. Creak! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and someone walked in angrily. Lin Tian. 2 middle-aged men walked in, Han He and Lu Lan. These two were angry and furious. A few days ago, Lin Tian killed the Lung family's young master in front of everyone in the new student ranking competition. At that time, because Lin Tian had the Dragon Mark token, and also because of Lin Tian's amazing talent and aptitude, they went online to check on him. Unexpectedly, only a few days later, Lin Tian actually killed another person in the imperial courtyard. Since the founding of the imperial courtyard, no one had ever been so bold. The two walked into the room, their faces ashen, but in the next moment their expressions changed slightly, and their eyes fell on Zhu Yi, 9th Prince. Zhu Yi nodded and bowed slightly. Elder Han, Elder Lu. Although Zhu Yi was a prince, the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy all had astonishing cultivations. Almost all of them were in the Sea of Consciousness realm. Even emperors would have to show respect to experts of this level. It was also because of this that Han He and the others had the qualifications to say that even if Lin Tian obtained the Dragon Mark medallion in the future, they would not spare him. Han, He and Lu Lan cupped their hands in greeting. Then, the two of them looked at Lin Tian with ashen faces. Lin Tian, you are too bold. Staring at Lin Tian, both of them emitted a cold aura. Lin Tian's aptitude was indeed astonishing. He was 16 years old, 9-star talent, and a level 3 formation manipulation master. He was definitely a super freak. However, this freak seemed to have gone a little too far. He completely disregarded the taboos of the imperial courtyard as if they were nothing. Elders, what happened today? Lin Tian has a clear conscience. Lin Tian said with a straight face. Facing Han He and Lu Lan's cold gaze, Lin Tian appeared very calm. Han, He and Lu Lan were enraged. Killing a fellow disciple. And you dare say you have a clear conscience? Clear conscience. Lin Tian nodded. Lin Tian's expression infuriated Han, He, and Lu Lan even more. At this moment, Zhu Yi took a step forward and said, Elder Han, Elder Lu, I've already heard many rumors when I came to the imperial courtyard earlier. I've also asked about the cause of this matter in detail. This friend of mine isn't at fault. That's right. That bastard was courting death. Xian Chengyun said. Book reading at once. Xian Chengyun recounted the whole story in detail. Han, He and Lu Lan frowned and looked at Lin Tian. Even if that's the case, you shouldn't kill him. Although your dragon scale horse has an extraordinary meaning, it's still only a monstrous beast. To kill a fellow disciple for a monstrous beast isn't a bit too much? Lu Lan said solemnly. Just a demonic beast? Lin Tian calmly looked at Lu Lan. Dare I ask, Elder, if you were in Lin Tian's position, and the imperial courtyard happened to have no rule against killing fellow disciples, What would Elder do if the mount your best friend spent so much effort and time to give you was cruelly killed? I would kill that person. Lulan said, Unfortunately, your assumption is not valid. The imperial courtyard has always had such a rule. Lin Tianyi smiled. So, in the end, what you care about is not the killing of a fellow disciple, nor the reason. What you care about is only the rules. Lu Lan's face darkened, becoming somewhat unsightly. The dragon scale horse was a gift from my best friend. She has always helped me a lot. Now that the dragon scale horse was cruelly killed for the sake of the so-called rules, I should swallow this insult and do nothing? If that's the case, how can I face my good friend in the future? Does the imperial courtyard want to nurture such a person who disregards friendship in order to protect himself? Lin Tian calmly stared at Lulan and Han He. He and Lulan's expressions changed. They did not expect Lin Tian's words to be so sharp that they could not refute him. On the side, Xian Qingyun stared at Lin Tian with his eyes wide open. As expected of brother-in-law, even the imperial courtyard's elders are left speechless. Xian Qingyun muttered in a low voice. He and Lulan's faces were ashen, not knowing what to say for a moment. At this time, Zhu Yi took a step forward, saying, Elder Han, Elder Lu, this matter is indeed not my friend's fault. Moreover, my friend is right. The imperial courtyard is not meant to nurture people who disregard friendship for the sake of rules. Elders, please, for Zhu Yi's sake, forgive my friend one more time. Is that all right? Zhu Yi was very polite to Han He and Lulan. Han He and Lulan stared at Lin Tian with unsightly expressions. A long while later, they exchanged a look and involuntarily sighed. Lulan said, Since there is a reason for this matter and the 9th prince is pleading for leniency, we will let this matter go. He looked at Lin Tian and said, Young man, we admit that your words are very reasonable, disregarding friendship for the sake of rules. This kind of person is indeed not an elite that the imperial courtyard wants to nurture. However, the imperial courtyard is filled with competition, and this rule was set up for the sake of restraining the extreme competition of the various disciples. Just think about it, if disciples could kill each other for the sake of competition or some other matters, then wouldn't the imperial courtyard be in complete chaos? Therefore, you must remember not to violate this rule in the future. If you do, no matter how outstanding your talent is, we will mercilessly take action. He stared at Lin Tian with a solemn expression. Thank you, Elder. Lin Tianwei bowed slightly and said, This disciple can guarantee that I will not take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if someone comes looking for trouble, this disciple cannot guarantee that this disciple will not violate the rules. At the very least, this disciple will definitely kill Lin Feng. As for him, he will definitely think of a way to kill me. He pointed at Lin Tian in anger, while Lulan could not help but smile bitterly. After patting Lulan said to Lin Tiandao, You and the Lung family's matter, deal with it yourself. He glanced at Lulan and finally sighed. In fact, after the freshman ranking battle, He and Lulan had investigated in detail. Lun Feng had indeed mobilized his family's power to assassinate Lin Tian during the freshman assessment. This matter had already violated the imperial courtyard's rules. Moreover, Lin Tian was telling the truth. Lin Tiansha had killed Lung Yidong, and the Lung family would definitely not let Lin Tian go. The two of them could not stop the entire Lung family, so what right and reason did they have to stop Lin Tian? Thank you for your understanding, Elder Lu. Lin Tian bowed. Lulan nodded and looked at Zhu Yi, saying, 9th Prince, do you need us to make some arrangements for you to cultivate in the imperial courtyard? Lulan and He's cultivation were shocking, and even the members of the imperial family had to treat them with respect. However, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was established by the Northern Flame country, so the two of them still had to show respect to the princes of the imperial family. There is no need to trouble the two elders. In fact, I'm only here to cultivate occasionally. Zhu Yi said. All right, if you need anything, just tell us. Lulan said. With that, Lulan and Han, he took one last look at Lin Tian before walking out. Lin Tian did not dare to be careless, and personally saw the two of them out. At this time, the outer courtyard residential area was already crowded with people. The two elders of the imperial courtyard came to the outer courtyard residential area, and they even brought along a dozen of the imperial courtyard's enforcement deacons. These people naturally knew the purpose of the two elders' visit. They were here because of Lin Tiansha's death and Xiao Wu's death. Therefore, everyone was waiting to see how the matter would be handled. They're out. Why wasn't Lin Tian taken away? Why did the two elders leave just like that? The enforcement deacons also left. Aren't they going to pursue Lin Tian's crime? Seeing Han He and Lulan leave Lin Tian's residence, all the onlookers widened their eyes. Xia Wu's corpse had already been taken away by the imperial courtyard's enforcement deacons. At this moment, all the onlookers were staring at Han He and Lulan as they left the outer courtyard residential area. Seeing that Han He and Lulan were far away, Lin Tian returned to his room and closed the door behind him. Finally, it's over. Xian Qingyun heaved a sigh of relief. In truth, he was extremely nervous when facing the two elders. Lin Tian looked at Zhu Yi and said, "Thank you, Ninth Prince, for pleading on my behalf." Zhu Yi shook his head and said, "Don't mention it. Moreover, I didn't do anything. Bro, you were the one in the right. If it weren't for that, even if I'm a prince, Lulan and Han, he wouldn't have needed to give me face." Xian Qingyun rolled his eyes. "Brother-in-law, there's also me. I also spoke up for you. Didn't you say we're a family, and you don't need to thank me?" Lin Tian teased. "That's true, I forgot about that." Xian Qingyun's eyes lit up. Then he chuckled and said, "I knew brother-in-law had an affair with my sister. You were too embarrassed to admit it, but now you've exposed it." Lin Tian. Was this guy really Xian Yao's biological brother? He actually dared to say that his sister had an affair with someone else without any hesitation. Feeling somewhat speechless, Lin Tian glanced at Zhu Yi and asked, "By the way, will the Ninth Prince stay in the imperial courtyard, or will he only cultivate in the imperial courtyard?" "I'll only come here occasionally to cultivate. I won't be staying here." Zhu Yi smiled. Chapter 145. Lin Tian did not hide anything. He simply nodded in response to Zhu Yi's question. For more information, WW. Why? Zhu Yi asked. That bastard had a death wish. Xian Qingyun said, when brother-in-law came to the imperial city, a good friend spent a few days taming a dragon-scale colt as a gift for brother-in-law. That dragon-scale colt was also very human. When I wanted to ride it, it refused and only acknowledged brother-in-law. But today it was cruelly killed by that bastard. At that moment, Xian Qingyun briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Zhu Yi was shocked and seemed a little angry. How despicable! Old servant Li stared at Lin Tian, slightly surprised. Little brother, you're really loyal to your friends to do so much for a mount. This old man admires you. Old servant Li said. Lin Tian shook his head. He did not want to say anything more about this matter. Sushu was his best friend. She had helped him a lot all this time. He had even entrusted his only sister to Sushu. However, he did not protect the gift Sushu gave him. This made him feel very sorry for Sushu. Creak! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and someone walked in angrily. Lin Tian. 2 middle-aged men walked in. They were Han, He, and Lulan. Both of them were furious. A few days ago, Lin Tian had killed the young master of the Lung family in front of everyone in the freshman ranking competition. At that time, both of them saw Lin Tian's dragon mark medallion and remembered Lin Tian's amazing talent and aptitude. Unexpectedly, only a few days later, Lin Tian had killed another person in the imperial courtyard. Since the founding of the imperial courtyard, no one had ever been so bold. Both of them walked into the room with ashen faces. However, in the next moment, both of them were slightly moved. Their eyes fell on Zhu Yi. "Ninth Prince?" Zhu Yi nodded and bowed slightly. "Elder Han, Elder Lu." Although Zhu Yi was a prince, the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard all had astonishing cultivation levels. Almost all of them were in the Sea of Consciousness realm. Even emperors would have to show respect to experts of this level. It was also because of this that Han He and the others were qualified to say that even if Lin Tian had the Dragon Mark Medallion in the future, they would not forgive him. Han, He, and Lu Lan cupped their hands in greeting. Then the two of them looked at Lin Tian with ashen faces. "Lin Tian, you are too bold." Staring at Lin Tian, both of them emitted a cold aura. Lin Tian's aptitude was indeed astonishing. 16 years old, 9-star talent, and a level 3 formation manipulation master. He was definitely a super freakish genius. However, this freakish genius seemed to be a little too excessive. He completely disregarded the Imperial Courtyard's taboos as if they were nothing. "Elders, Lin Tian has a clear conscience regarding today's matter," Lin Tian said solemnly. Facing Han He and Lu Lan's cold gazes, Lin Tian appeared very calm. Han He and Lu Lan were furious. "You dare to say that you have a clear conscience after killing your fellow disciple?" "Clear conscience." Lin Tian nodded. Lin Tian's expression infuriated Han He and Lu Lan even more. At this time, Zhu Yi took a step forward and said, "Elder Han, Elder Lu, when I came to the Imperial Courtyard just now, I heard many rumors. I also asked about the cause of this matter in detail. My friend did not do anything wrong in this matter." "That's right. That bastard was the one who sought death," Xian Chengyun said. Then Xian Chengyun explained the ins and outs of the matter in detail. Han, He, and Lu Lan frowned and looked at Lin Tian. "Even if that's the case, you still shouldn't ruthlessly kill him. Although your dragon scale horse possesses extraordinary significance, it is, after all, only a monstrous beast. To kill a fellow disciple for a monstrous beast, isn't it a bit too excessive?" Lu Lan said in a low voice. "Only a demonic beast?" Lin Tian looked at Lu Lan calmly. "If I may ask, Elder, if you were in Lin Tian's position, and the Imperial Courtyard happened to have no rule against killing fellow disciples, what would you do if the mount that your best friend spent so much effort and time to give you was cruelly killed?" "I would kill that person," Lu Lan said. "Unfortunately, your assumption is not valid. The Imperial Courtyard has always had such a rule." Lin Tianyi smiled and said, "So in the end, what you care about is not the killing of your fellow disciple, nor the cause of the matter. You only care about the rules." Lu Lan's expression darkened, and he did not look too good. "The dragon scale horse was a gift from my best friend. She has always helped me a lot. Now that the dragon scale horse was cruelly killed, for the sake of the so-called rules, I should swallow the insult and do nothing? If that's really the case, how can I face my good friend in the future? Does the Imperial Courtyard want to nurture someone who would disregard friendship to protect himself?" Lin Tian stared calmly at Lu Lan and Han He. Han, He, and Lu Lan's expressions changed. They did not expect Lin Tian's words to be so sharp that they could not refute him. On the side, Xian Chengyun stared at Lin Tian with wide eyes. As expected of my brother-in-law, he actually made the elders of the Imperial Courtyard speechless. Xian Chengyun muttered in a low voice. Han, He, and Lu Lan's faces were ashen. For a moment, they did not know what to say. At this moment, Zhu Yi took a step forward and said, "Elder Han, Elder Lu, this matter really isn't my friend's fault. Moreover, my friend is right. The Imperial Courtyard isn't meant to nurture people who disregard their relationships for the sake of rules. Elders, please give Zhu Yi face and forgive my friend once more, all right?" Zhu Yi was very polite to Han, He, and Lu Lan. Han, He, and Lu Lan stared at Lin Tian with unsightly expressions. After a long while, They looked at each other and could not help but sigh. Lulan said, "Since there's a reason for this matter and the ninth prince has pleaded for leniency, we'll let this matter go." Han, he looked at Lin Tian and said, "Young man, we admit that your words are very reasonable. People who disregard friendship for the sake of rules are indeed not the elites that the imperial courtyard wants to nurture. However, the imperial courtyard is filled with competition, and this rule was set up for the sake of restraining the extreme competition of the various disciples. Just think about it. If disciples could kill each other for the sake of competition or other matters, then wouldn't the imperial courtyard fall into complete chaos? Therefore, you must remember not to violate this rule in the future. If you violate it again, no matter how outstanding your talent is, we'll mercilessly attack you." Han, he stared at Lin Tian with a solemn expression. "Thank you, elder." Lin Tian Wei bowed slightly and said, "This disciple can guarantee that I won't take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if someone comes looking for someone, I can't guarantee that I won't violate the rules. At the very least, this disciple will definitely kill Ling Feng. As for him, he'll definitely think of a way to kill me. You." Han, he pointed at Lin Tian angrily. On the other hand, Lulan could not help but smile wryly. Lulan patted Han He's shoulder and said to Lin Tiandao, "You'll have to deal with the matter between you and the Lung family." Han, he looked at Lulan and sighed in the end. In fact, after the freshman ranking battle, Han He and Lulan had investigated in detail. Lung Feng had indeed mobilized the power of his family to assassinate Lin Tian during the freshman assessment. This matter had already violated the imperial courtyard's rules. Moreover, Lin Tian was telling the truth. Lin Tiansha had killed Ling Yitong, and the Lung family would definitely not let Lin Tian go. The two of them could not stop the entire Lung family, so what right and reason did they have to stop Lin Tian? "Thank you for your understanding, Elder Lu." Lin Tian bowed. Lu Lan nodded and looked at Zhu Yi, saying, "Ninth Prince, do you need us to make some arrangements for your cultivation in the imperial courtyard?" Lu Lan and Han He's cultivation were shocking, and even the members of the imperial family had to show respect to them. However, the Northern Flame imperial courtyard was established by the Northern Flame country, so the two of them still had to show respect to the princes of the imperial family. There's no need to trouble the two elders. In fact, I'm only here to cultivate occasionally. Zhu Yi said, "All right, if there's anything you need, just say it." Lulan said. With that, Lulan and Han he took one last look at Lin Tian before walking out. Lin Tian did not dare to be careless and personally saw the two of them out. At this time, the outer courtyard residential area was already crowded with people. The two elders of the imperial courtyard came to the outer courtyard residential area, and they even brought along a dozen of the imperial courtyard's enforcement deacons. These people naturally knew the purpose of the two elders' visit. They were here because of Lin Tiansha's death and Xiao Wu's death. Therefore, everyone was waiting to see how the matter would be handled. They're out. Why wasn't Lin Tian taken away? Why did the two elders leave just like that? The enforcement deacons also left. Aren't they going to pursue Lin Tian's crime? Seeing Han He and Lulan leave Lin Tian's residence, all the onlookers widened their eyes. Xia Wu's body had already been taken away by the imperial courtyard's deacons. At this moment, all the onlookers were staring at Han He and Lulan leaving the outer courtyard residential area. After seeing Han He and Lulan leave, Lin Tian walked back into the house and closed the door. It's finally over. Xian Chenyun sighed. He was actually very nervous when facing the two elders of the imperial courtyard just now. Lin Tian looked at Zhu Yi and said, "Thank you, Ninth Prince, for pleading on my behalf just now." Zhu Yi shook his head and said, "You're welcome. Moreover, I didn't do anything. The most important thing is that you're in the right. If not for that, even if I'm a prince, Lulan and Han, he wouldn't have to give me face." Xian Chenyun rolled his eyes. "Brother-in-law, there's still me. I also spoke up for you." Didn't you say that we're family and there's no need to thank me? Lin Tian teased. That's true. I forgot about that. Xin Qingyun's eyes lit up, then he chuckled and said, I knew that you and my sister were having an affair. You were too embarrassed to admit it, but now you've exposed it. Lin Tian. Was this guy really Xin Yao's biological brother? He actually dared to say that his sister was having an affair with someone else without any hesitation. Somewhat speechless, Lin Tian looked at Zhu Yi and asked, By the way, Ninth Prince, are you going to stay in the imperial courtyard or just cultivate here? Yes, I'm only here to cultivate occasionally. I won't be staying here. Zhu Yi smiled. Lin Tian nodded. This was more or less what he had guessed. After all, Xin Qingyun was not staying in the imperial courtyard. Chapter 146. Zhu Yi went back not long after he came to the imperial courtyard. In his own words, the reason why he came to the imperial courtyard today was firstly to report his arrival, and secondly because he heard that Lin Tian was here, so he wanted to come and have a chat with Lin Tian. Read the whole article. More information, WW. Originally, Zhu Yi wanted to have a meal with Lin Tianyi, but he knew that Lin Tian was not in a good mood, so he did not mention it. Brother-in-law, when did you know the Ninth Prince? It seems that you just came to the imperial city not long ago. Xin Qingyun was a little confused. When we were in Fengjian City, I helped him, and he helped me, so we know each other. Lin Tiandao. There was nothing to hide about this matter, not to mention that it was Xin Yao's brother. Xin Qingyun nodded and said, So that's how it is. I remember that the Ninth Prince went to the border before. Presumably, he passed by Fengjian City at that time and went to the Dark Forest to gain experience. The Ninth Prince is usually quite active. Maybe. Lin Tian nodded. When it was almost evening, Xin Qingyun blinked and asked, Brother-in-law, do you want to go to dinner? No, I don't want to move. Lin Tian shook his head. Now he was not in the mood. Well, then I'll go and buy some, Xin Qingyun said. With that, Xin Qingyun ran out without waiting for Lin Tian's refusal. Seeing Xin Qingyun run out, Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. This guy was quite interesting. Not long after, Xin Qingyun came back with a lot of very luxurious food. Just looking at the color of the food was enough to arouse one's appetite. Lin Tian was not hungry and did not want to eat anything. But since Xin Qingyun brought back the food, he could not waste his good intentions. So he had to accompany Xin Qingyun. By the way, it's already dark. Don't you go back? Lin Tian asked. No, your beloved horse died. I think you must be very sad. Today, I'll spend a sad night with you, Xin Qingyun said with a straight face. Lin Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Xin Qingyun's words, but he was also touched. Then I'll stay here, Lin Tian said. After a pause, he asked Xin Qingyun, That's right, let me ask you something. The Ninth Prince is 17 years old this year. Why is his cultivation only at the 8th level of the refinement realm? He's a prince, so he shouldn't be lacking in treasures, right? If Lang Yidong could use pills to reach the divine vein realm, it shouldn't be a problem for Zhu Yi. Brother-in-law, you don't know about this. The imperial family is very strict. The princes are absolutely not allowed to use pills and other things to increase their cultivation. If it is found out, they will be severely punished, Xin Qingyun said. Lin Tian suddenly understood. He had never thought about this. Advertisement. Looking at Xin Qingyun, he suddenly asked, What about you? Since you're able to break open the imperial courtyard's gate, if you use this wealth to purchase pills, it should be enough for you to reach the divine vein realm, right? Why are you like this? Is your family strict too? Xin Qingyun was a little embarrassed. Well, that's true. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Did he guess correctly? Xin Qingyun wiped the oil at the corner of his mouth, wiped his hands, and said, Our Xin family has been passed down for a long time, and it has always been the women in power. In this generation, the Xan family has 3 candidates for the patriarch. My sister is one of them, and she was sent to Fengjian City to gain experience. I am my sister's biological brother. For the sake of fairness, the family naturally doesn't allow me to directly use pills to increase my cultivation to the divine vein realm. After all, a divine vein realm expert is not weak and can change many things at critical times, using spirit coins to break open the imperial courtyard's gate, and my sister even paid for it herself. It's the lowest price the family can accept. After all, even if I enter the imperial courtyard, I'll still have to rely on my own strength to improve my cultivation base. I see. Lin Tian nodded. Thinking about it, he was a little surprised that the Xan family was actually controlled by a woman. Then he looked at Xan Qingyun and said, "Then you have to work hard. Don't let your sister down." "Of course, I will work hard, but—" Xan Qingyun moved closer to Lin Tian and said with a smile, "But I still have you, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you definitely won't leave my sister alone. With your support, everything will be fine." Lin Tian, this guy made him feel helpless and amused. However, if Xan Yao really needed his help with something, he naturally wouldn't refuse. At night, the stars twinkled, and Xan Qingyun fell asleep on his stomach. Lin Tian stood by the window and looked up at the stars in the sky. The moon was very round tonight, and the stars were very bright. However, he was not in the mood to cultivate, not to mention that Xan Qingyun was still here. A few minutes later, he stretched his arms and lay on the bed to rest. The bed in this room was very spacious. It was no problem for 2 people to lie down. The next day, when the sky was bright, Lin Tian got up early, walked out of the room, and breathed in the morning sun. This had always been his habit. Breathing in and out for about a quarter of an hour in the morning was extremely beneficial to his body, mind, and spirit. About 2 hours later, when the sun was high in the sky, Xan Qingyun finally got up. "Good morning, brother-in-law." Xan Qingyun rubbed his sleepy eyes. Lin Tian was speechless. It was still early? "I'm going to cultivate. Are you coming?" he asked. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Xan Qingyun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes, right away." Since Lin Tian said so, it was obvious that he wanted to take him to the wild sand world. He could understand this point. "Hurry up." Lin Tian ondao. "Okay." Xan Qingyun quickly got up and finished washing up in 10 breaths. Lin Tian nodded, walked out of the room, and walked toward the cultivation area. After a night, he had adjusted his mood. Walking out of the outer court residence, the 2 of them walked in the imperial courtyard. Along the way, they met many imperial courtyard disciples. When these disciples saw Lin Tian, they were all shocked, fearful, and respectful. Within 10 days, he had killed 2 students from the imperial courtyard, yet nothing had happened to him. He was still perfectly fine, so how could they not be shocked? Soon, Lin Tian arrived at the cultivation area. Seeing Lin Tian walking over, most of the disciples in the cultivation area were shocked. This year's new student, that Lin Tian, the ruthless person who killed the young master of the Lung family and Xia Wu. Yes, he's so domineering. He killed 2 people in a row, and nothing happened. This has never happened in the imperial courtyard's history. Many people stared at Lin Tian in awe. At this time, another voice sounded. "You've just arrived in the Northern Flame imperial courtyard, but you don't follow the rules. You violated the imperial courtyard's taboo twice, and you're still so respectful? You don't know what you're talking about. If someone like him succeeds in his cultivation in the future, won't he be afraid of bringing disaster to the world?" Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw a man in a green robe standing not far away. He was dressed like a scholar and had a serious expression. Mu Zixiang from the inner court. This guy is here again. He thinks he's educated for a few years and his cultivation is strong, so he likes to teach others a lesson. He's just a self-righteous and poor scholar, someone whispered. Lin Tian looked at the man in green robe. This person's cultivation was not weak. He seemed to be at the 5th level of the divine range realm. Of course, he only glanced at him and didn't pay attention to what he said. So what if you're looking at me? Did I say something wrong? Mu Zixiang snorted coldly. The imperial courtyard clearly forbids the killing of fellow disciples, but you've committed the same crime again and again. Just because you have some connections, you don't abide by the rules and kill the innocent. With such behavior, do you think you'll be able to contribute anything to this country in the future? Lin Tian frowned. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Beside him, Xie and Qingyan looked at Mu Zixiang unhappily and said, "Do you know that it was Leng Yitong and his brother Leng Feng who tried to assassinate my brother-in-law, Lin Tian, during the new student assessment? My brother-in-law only fought back. Do you know that Xia Wu cruelly killed the mount my brother-in-law's good friend gave him? Who's at fault for these two things?" Mu Zixiang coldly snorted and said, "Leng Yitong and Leng Feng chased after him, but he is still alive and well. As for Leng Yitong, he was actually killed by him. As for that new student Xia Wu, he only killed his mount. How can a mount be compared to a human life? However, he killed Xia Wu directly. How cruel! Your theory is really crooked. What benefits did the Leng family give you to slander my brother-in-law like this?" Xian Qingyun's face darkened. Lin Tiansha killed Leng Yitong and Xia Wu. Even the imperial courtyard's Elder Han, he, and Elder Lulan admitted that Lin Tian was right. But Mu Zixiang's words made it seem as if all the fault was on Lin Tian's side, as if Lin Tian was the evil one. This made him very unhappy. Mu Zixiang's face darkened and said, "Don't think of me as such. I just can't stand those evil people who don't follow the rules. When have I ever received any benefits from the Leng family? Don't insult me. Who knows? Would you admit that you've taken the benefits? I think you're not a good person." Xian Chengyun snorted. "Presumptuous." Mu Zixiang was angry. He stepped in front of Xian Chengyun and said, "I've been reading books since I was a child. Although I left the academy because my family couldn't support me, I relied on myself to walk the path of martial arts. Then I achieved what I have today and became a member of the imperial courtyard's inner courtyard. But even so, I've always been strict with myself and have never done anything wrong. I've never let down the heavens or the earth. You slandered and ridiculed me like this. Apologize to me immediately. People like you who can't distinguish right from wrong have the nerve to say that you've been reading books since you were a child? Bah." Xian Qingyun sneered. "You think it's great to become a member of the inner courtyard on your own? My brother-in-law only spent a few months to reach the 4th level of the divine pulse from the early stage of the body refining realm. I didn't see him showing off anything. What are you showing off for? You think too highly of yourself." Mu Zixiang's cultivation was very strong, much stronger than Xian Qingyun's. But Xian Qingyan was also a young master of the richest merchant family in Beiyan. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of Mu Zixiang. Mu Zixiang's face turned green and white. In the imperial courtyard, he had reprimanded many people verbally, but no one had ever refuted and ridiculed him like this. "You're so young. You look like you've just reached 16, but you dare to talk back to your senior brother like this. You don't know how to present a gift. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents and teachers." As he spoke, Mu Zixiang raised his hand and grabbed at Xian Qingyun. Lin Tian's face turned cold. He flashed in front of Xian Qingyun and grabbed Mu Zixiang's wrist. "What are you doing?" Mu Zixiang shouted, "Get lost!" Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he kicked at Mu Zixiang. If this Mu Zixiang only thought that he was in the wrong, he wouldn't really care. He didn't even want to bother with him. However, this Mu Zixiang attacked Xian Qingyun and said that he wanted to teach Xian Qingyun a lesson on behalf of Xian Qingyun's parents and teachers. This made him angry. Chapter 147. One of Mu Zixiang's hands was held by Lin Tian, so he stretched out his other hand to block it. His hand collided with Lin Tian's right leg. Suddenly, a strong force swept over, and with a bang he was pushed back several feet. Read the full article 79XS. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change. This Mu Zixiang is ranked in the top 20 in the inner yard. This Lin Tian can actually push Mu Zixiang back. What a strong body. That's amazing. But it feels good. This poor scholar always thinks he's right to teach others a lesson. I've long found him an eyesore. Many people were discussing. Mu Zixiang's face was livid. He stared at Lin Tian and shouted, "You actually attacked me!" "So what? Didn't you read the books of the saints for a few years? Who was the one who attacked first? Whose fault was it?" Lin Tianling said. Mu Zixiang glanced at Xan Qingyun and said, "In ancient times, the scribes taught their disciples with a ruler. As a new student, he didn't respect me, his senior brother. That's rude, and I should teach him a lesson. What did I do wrong? You, on the other hand, are also a new student, but you attacked me even more than him. Why don't you admit your fault?" Lin Tian really wanted to laugh, but his face was full of disdain. "Are you retarded? Or have you become stupid from reading too much?" he asked. "What did you say?" Mu Zixiang's face darkened. Lin Tian took a step forward and said coldly, "Even the elders didn't say anything about what I did. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to tell me what to do? Besides, my friend is right. Someone like you doesn't deserve to say that you've been reading books since you were a child. Don't insult books. At most, you're just being unreasonable and opinionated." Xan Qingyun took over and scolded, "Retarded! Idiot! Opinionated!" Mu Zixiang's face was livid. Since entering the inner yard, he had reprimanded many people, but he had never been bullied like today. Good, good, good. You two are very good. Today, I will teach the two of you a good lesson. I will make you understand that one must abide by the rules and know etiquette." Mu Zixiang berated. Lin Tianling laughed. "Idiot." He clenched his right hand and took a step forward. "Sword will immediately spread out." "What are you doing?" At this moment, a loud shout was heard. In the distance, some of the deacons of the imperial courtyard came over after noticing the commotion. Many of the onlookers were shocked and immediately dispersed. Lin Tiantan indifferently glanced at Mu Zixiang, then turned around and walked towards the wild sand world. "Let's go," he said to Xan Qingyun. Xan Qingyun nodded. He looked at Mu Zixiang and scolded, "Idiot!" Chapter 148. Lang Feng was a disciple of the King Courtyard of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. He was one of the top 3 disciples in the King Courtyard. He was at the 7th level of the Divine Range Realm. Full text. Read the full text. For more information, www. Lang Feng was here today for Lin Tian. He wanted to see what ranking Lin Tian could achieve in the competition. Since Lin Tiansha had killed his younger brother, he had to kill Lin Tian. This guy's eyes are so cold. Xan Qingyun muttered. Lin Tian looked in the direction that Xan Qingyun was pointing at and saw Lang Feng in blue standing under an old bamboo tree. Lang Feng was looking at him with a cold gaze. "Humph." Lin Tianling snorted. His eyes were equally cold as he looked at Lang Feng with a sneer. He would definitely kill this guy. At this moment, a commotion broke out again. It was much louder than when Lang Feng came. Jiyu, this young prodigy, came to the imperial courtyard. Many people looked at her fervently. Lin Tian tilted his head. Not far away, a young girl in white walked over and stopped beside a bluestone. It was Jiyu. The Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard usually forbade outsiders from entering, but Jiyu was an exception. In fact, the Imperial Courtyard even hoped that Jiyu would come every day. One should know that some elders of the Imperial Courtyard personally went to invite her, but they failed to invite her. Standing beside the green rock, Jiyu looked around as if she was looking for something. Soon she saw Lin Tian. She smiled and waved at Lin Tian from afar. Jiyu knew that today was the day of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's grand competition, so she came personally. She wanted to see what kind of result Lin Tian could achieve. Lin Tian blinked. "Ji, you seem to have come specially for him again. Why do I feel that something is wrong?" He muttered to himself. Lin Tian didn't think that his character and charisma were enough to make this #1 prodigy in the Imperial City bow down to him. But why? He couldn't figure it out. Ji, you obviously treated him differently, and he found it strange. Suddenly, Xian Qingyan said excitedly, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law! She, the granddaughter of the general. She seems to be looking at me. She even waved at me. Do you think I've become more handsome recently?" "Lin Tian, Sai, brother-in-law, are you listening to me? Look, she's looking at me again. Do you think she's interested in me? Could this be the legendary love at first sight?" Xian Qingyan was so excited that his face turned red. Lin Tian was speechless. "You're just a kid. What are you thinking about all day? Love at first sight? Should I give you a mirror?" Xian Qingyan was a little dissatisfied. "Brother-in-law, you're wrong. You're only a few months older than me. How can you call me a kid? I have almost all the books I want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and the updates are faster. It's all text with no ads. Also, I'm very confident in my looks. I don't need a mirror. I'm handsome no matter where you look. That's what all the girls in Jixian Water Tower say. Lin Tian, get lost." Under the old bamboo in the distance, Lung Feng glanced at Jiyu, and his eyes became even colder. It was because of this woman that his younger brother, Lung Yitong, had become enemies with Lin Tian. That was why he had chased after Lin Tian and died in Lin Tian's hands. "Lin Tian!" Lung Feng gritted his teeth, and his eyes were cold. At this moment, the crowd around the illusory killing palace stirred again. "Look, Mu Zixiang, Zhao Qixi, Deng Xing, and Lu Gaoyan. The 4 inner court experts are here. They're all in the top 20 of the inner court, and they're all in the top 50 on the ranking stone. They're the real experts." Many people were discussing. Lin Tian and Xian Qingyan raised their heads and looked over, only to see 4 people appear there. One of them was Mu Zixiang, but the other 3 maintained a certain distance from Mu Zixiang. The other senior disciples were also pointing at Mu Zixiang. "Looks like this idiot has already provoked the wrath of both humans and gods. No one is willing to befriend him." Xian Qingyan was gloating. Lin Tian nodded. Mu Zixiang was a person with a problem in his head. Only an idiot would want to be friends with him. At this moment, a deacon of the imperial court stood up in front of the illusory killing palace. The deacon was a middle-aged man, and his cultivation was at the 6th level of the divine range. He glanced at the crowd and said, "The competition begins now. 20 people can enter the illusory killing palace at the same time. Those who want to be tested, prepare to enter the tower." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, someone walked up. Mu Zixiang was among them. "This scholar is so enthusiastic every time. I don't know who he's putting on a show for. However, he has improved every time. His strength is really good." TCH, many senior disciples were discussing. Lin Tian and Xian Qingyan looked at each other and shook their heads. Mu Zixiang was really notorious. This didn't mean that Mu Zixiang was a bad person, but he was too self-righteous and liked to teach others a lesson. As time passed, he made others feel disgusted and disgusted. "All right, let the competition begin," the deacon shouted. Immediately, Mu Zixiang and the other 19 people entered the illusory killing palace. There was a huge illusory killing array in the illusory killing palace. There were other arrays as well. After the imperial court disciples entered the illusory killing palace, a special space would appear around them. This space was filled with demonic beasts, ranging from level 1 to level 6. The disciples who entered the illusory killing palace would fight with the demonic beasts. In the end, the ranking stone would rank the disciples according to the number and level of the demonic beasts they killed. It could be said that the illusory killing palace tested each disciple's combat strength, speed, reflexes, physique, true inner force, and perception. Outside the illusory killing palace, the disciples were thrown out of the illusory killing palace. These people were either sent out because they had exhausted their true inner force, or because they were killed by demonic beasts. In the end, these people didn't stay in the illusory killing palace for long. Their rankings were very low and didn't cause much of a stir. After all, they're all freshmen. Not bad, a senior disciple said. In the first round, other than Mu Zixiang, who was a senior disciple of the inner court, the rest were freshmen. After about 15 minutes, all 19 freshmen were thrown out of the illusory killing palace. Finally, there was a flash of light outside the illusory killing palace. Mu Zixiang flashed out with a pale face. Mu Zixiang looked at the ranking tablet and saw that his name had risen from the 46th place to the 42nd place. He couldn't help but nod his head and reveal a satisfied expression. Another 4 places. Although this scholar is annoying, his strength is not bad at all. Many senior disciples said. The test continued. This time, Zhao Qixi, Deng Xing, and Lu Gaoyan entered the illusory killing palace together in the second round. Not long after, the second round of the test ended. The 3 of them didn't rise in the rankings. Zhao Qixi even fell from the 45th place to the 46th place. He sighed slightly. Not far away, Mu Zixiang shook his head. Laziness is a part of your nature. You don't know how to work hard. It's inevitable that you'll fall behind. What did you say? Zhao Qixi's cultivation was not weak. He wasn't far from Mu Zixiang, so he naturally heard Mu Zixiang's voice. Mu Zixiang snorted and said, I said that you're complacent because you have some strength and don't know how to work hard. Am I wrong? You've been going to some restaurants recently and slacking off on your cultivation. That's why you fell behind and was surpassed by me. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Don't be ungrateful. Cultivation is like studying. You can't slack off. You. Zhao Qixi was furious and wanted to draw his sword. Fortunately, Deng Xing and Lu Gaoyan stopped him. These 2 were ranked 48th and 49th, respectively, on the ranking stone and had a good relationship with Zhao Qixi. Ignore him. Let's go. Zhao Qixi glared at Mu Zixiang and was pulled away by Deng Xing and Lu Gaoyan. Looking at Zhao Qixi leaving, Mu Zixiang shook his head. You don't know how to appreciate good intentions and don't listen to my advice. You'll be like this for the rest of your life. Beside him, some senior disciples stepped forward and quickly distanced themselves from Mu Zixiang. Brother-in-law, this guy is one of a kind. Xian Chengyun glared. Lin Tian also blushed with shame. Mu Zixiang's brain must have been caught by a door. The third round, those who want to take the test, come up quickly. The middle-aged deacon's voice sounded. Lin Tian thought for a while and stood up without hesitation. Wait for me here, he said to Xian Chengyun. Yes, brother-in-law. Xian Chengyun quickly nodded. After a few days of interaction, Lin Tian was already used to the way Xian Chengyun addressed him and didn't ask Xian Chengyun to correct him. He walked towards the illusory killing hall. After a few steps, he paused and looked in the direction of Jiyu. When Jiyu saw Lin Tian looking over, he waved his hand with a smile and moved his lips. Lin Tian was now at the 4th level of the Divine Pulse realm and could recognize some simple lit movements. Jiyu was telling him to do your best. Lin Tian blinked and scratched the back of his head before walking to the platform in front of the illusory killing hall. Mu Zixiang was about to leave, but when he saw Lin Tian enter the 3rd round, he stopped. So arrogant and disrespectful. I want to see what kind of result you can achieve. Begin. As the middle-aged deacon spoke, Lin Tian and the other 19 people stepped into the illusory killing hall. As soon as they stepped into the illusory killing hall, their surroundings changed. At this moment, Lin Tian found himself in a wasteland. The wasteland was filled with demonic beasts, and they were all glaring at him. Roar! A demonic beast roared. Instantly, dozens of demonic beasts pounced at him, causing the ground to shake. It's so real. Lin Tian was surprised. As he muttered to himself, Lin Tian held the long sword in his hand and slashed at the demonic beasts. The long sword was very sharp, but it was just an ordinary weapon. Because today was the grand competition of the whole academy, fairness had to be guaranteed. Therefore, the martial techniques used by the disciples in the competition were all ordinary weapons. Moreover, these ordinary weapons were all prepared by the imperial courtyard to prevent the disciples from tampering with their weapons. Uft! Blood splattered. An oncoming demonic beast had its throat slit and fell to the ground. However, this did not cause the other demonic beasts to retreat. They continued to pounce on Lin Tian. These demonic beasts were evolved from the illusory killing formation. Their strength was almost the same as real demonic beasts. However, they did not have any emotions. They did not know fear, anger, or happiness. They were no different from puppets. Chapter 149. Lin Tian wielded his long sword and charged through the dozens of beasts. Lightning energy, swords slashed out one after another, rumbling loudly. Blue color, book asterisk, roar. A class 3 beast roared and charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian flipped his hand, slashing out with his sword, cutting off this demonic beast's head. Most of these beasts are ordinary. It's not worth killing them, Lin Tian muttered. After thinking for a while, he looked around and activated the Tiani soul art. He stared at the class 4 beasts. Kill! With a swing of his sword, Lin Tian rushed out like lightning and pierced through a class 4 beast's forehead. Soon, half an hour passed. On the platform in front of the illusory killing palace, candidates were sent out one after another. Their faces were pale. Not long after, the 19 people who entered with Lin Tian were all sent out of the illusory killing palace. They were all trembling as they walked away. I wonder how long this Lin Tian can last. He killed Leng Yitong and Xiao Wu. Lin Tian is very strong. He should be able to last for half an hour. Not bad. He should be able to rank around 100. Outside the illusory killing palace, many people were discussing. Lin Tian had just arrived at the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, but he had already killed Leng Yitong from the Leng family and Xiao Wu in the freshman ranking battle. His name had spread throughout the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. There were not many people who did not know him. Within the crowd, a youth's expression was ugly. It was Du Hongxing. Originally, he was the number 1 in this year's ranking battle, so he should be the one receiving the most attention. However, Lin Tian's appearance had stolen all of his limelight. Now, everyone only remembered Lin Tian. His title as the number 1 new student had been completely overshadowed by Lin Tian's brilliance. He's obviously someone who doesn't follow the rules, but he's receiving so much attention. I really don't know what he's doing. Mu Zixiang shook his head. Beside him, some of the older disciples immediately distanced themselves from Mu Zixiang. They did not want to have anything to do with this person. Inside the illusory killing palace, Lin Tian wielded a long sword and killed one with each strike. Almost all of the beasts were class 4 demonic beasts. He activated the Azure Thunder Sword Force to its limit and used the Heavenly One Soul art to quickly sense the level of the demonic beasts around him. As he ran across the wasteland, he searched for class 4 demonic beasts and waited for an opportunity to strike. Pooh! Another class 4 demonic beast died under his sword. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Lin Tian had killed more than 100 demonic beasts, and more than 90% of them were grade 4 demonic beasts. Gradually, as time passed, Lin Tian felt that his true essence could not support him any longer. At most, I can hold on for a little while longer, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian's eyes gleamed as he swung his sword to the left. With a clang, a thunderous sword ray streaked across the sky and beheaded a Class 4 demonic beast. There was already some sweat on Lin Tian's forehead. He raised his hand to wipe it off, but his eyes were still looking around. The long sword in his hand vibrated and flashed with electric arcs. He rushed out again and swung his sword. As he killed a Class 4 demonic beast, he also killed a few Class 2 demonic beasts nearby. Gradually, a quarter of an hour had passed. At this moment, a shocking roar resounded. In the distance, a savage beast that was close to 15 meters tall appeared. Its demonic eyes were red and green, and its body was covered in black scales. It gave off an extremely cold feeling. Middle Class 5 demonic beast, 9 scales jackal. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, slightly sensing the true essence in his body. Lin Tian took a deep breath, and the long sword in his hand suddenly vibrated violently. He gathered all of his true essence into the long sword and jumped up. Using the sword of lightning, he rushed towards the 9 scales jackal. Pooh! With a flash of blood, Lin Tian used up all of his true essence and pierced through the 9 scales jackal's throat. At the same time, the 9 scales jackal's claws landed on his body. Coupled with the fact that his true essence was completely depleted, his body started to fade and a strange force appeared beside him. "It's time to end it," Lin Tian whispered. In the next moment, a light flashed and he disappeared from the wasteland. He was transported out of the illusory killing palace. Seeing Lin Tian appear, many people around the illusory killing palace looked over. Almost half an hour. Not bad. He should be able to rank in the 100th place. This result is truly heaven-defying. Not bad. For a freshman, it's really amazing. The crowd was discussing. Mu Zixiang shook his head. He only lasted half an hour in the illusory killing palace. What's so amazing about that? Ridiculous. In the first round, he lasted 3 hours in the illusory killing palace, which was 3 times longer than Lin Tian. Look, Lin Tian's name is about to appear on the ranking monument. Yes, 59th. It's about what we expected. 59th. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the ranking. How is this possible? He didn't even last half an hour. How did he get to 59th? A freshman who just entered the imperial courtyard surpassed half of the inner courtyard disciples. Everyone was stunned. Xian Qingyun stared at Lin Tian with admiration in his eyes. As expected of brother-in-law, he's amazing, very strong. In the distance, by the blue stone, Jiyu blinked, her beautiful eyes shining. Ji didn't cultivate in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, but she knew many things about the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. As far as she knew, there had never been anyone who could rank 59th in the first round of the competition after entering the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. On the other side, Lung Feng's expression was dark. "Deacon Elder." A voice sounded. Mu Zixiang stepped forward and glanced at Lin Tian. He then said to the deacon, "The ranking monument is probably broken. He only lasted half an hour in the illusory killing palace. It's impossible for him to rank 59th. To be fair, please cancel his result and retest." Many people turned to look at Mu Zixiang. That poor scholar is at it again. But this time what he said makes sense. After all, he only lasted half an hour. That's true. Let's see what the Lord Deacon has to say. Many people stared at Mu Zixiang. After glancing at Lin Tian, Mu Zixiang spoke again. "Deacon Elder, please order him to retest." In the distance, Xian Chengyun was furious. That bastard. Lin Tian had such a heaven-defying result, but Mu Zixiang jumped out and said that the ranking monument was broken. He wanted the Deacon Elder to retest Lin Tian. This made him very angry. In front of the illusory killing palace, The deacon elder glanced at Mu Zixiang and said, "Don't worry, the ranking monument is normal." Mu Zixiang frowned. "Impossible. If it's normal, he'll only rank 100th at most. There's no hope for him to enter the top 80. As he spoke, Mu Zixiang's expression became very solemn. "Deacon elder, please be fair. Don't let others take advantage of you." "Shut up." The middle-aged deacon coldly glanced at Mu Zixiang and said, "Although he only lasted for less than an hour in the illusory killing palace, in this hour he practically killed all of the Class 4 demonic beasts. After accumulating the total number of Class 4 demonic beasts killed, his overall score is naturally high. It is normal for him to be ranked 59th. The illusory killing palace of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was not ordinary. The deacon had a special method to observe the situation of the Imperial Courtyard disciples in the illusory killing palace. Although Lin Tian had not been in the Imperial Courtyard for long, he was quite famous in the Imperial Courtyard. The deacon naturally paid attention to him. What? He only killed Class 4 demonic beasts? Everyone's expression changed when they heard the deacon's words. Many people looked at Lin Tian and could not help but widen their eyes. In the illusory killing palace, demonic beasts covered the sky and covered the earth. The disciples who entered the illusory killing palace would kill any demonic beast that came. Among the demonic beasts, there were not many Class 4 demonic beasts. Most of them were Class 2 and Class 3 demonic beasts. Because the situation the examinees faced was basically the same, people usually judged the examinees' results based on how long they lasted in the Hall of Illusionary Death. However, these people did not expect that Lin Tian would specifically look for Class 4 demonic beasts to kill while facing the demonic beasts in the illusory killing palace. One had to know that this was an extremely exhausting task. Ordinary people would not choose this method. There was no benefit to it at all. Furthermore, Class 4 demonic beasts were very strong and not easy to kill. However, Lin Tian relied on this method to reach the 59th rank on the ranking tablet. This shocked many people to the point that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. "Freak!" someone gasped. "If he can achieve such a result when he just entered the Imperial Courtyard, he will have no problem entering the King Courtyard in another year." "Super freak!" At this rate, it is very likely that he will enter the Imperial City billboard in a year's time. Many people were shocked. The deacon looked at Lin Tian with admiration in his eyes and said, "Lin Tian, you are in the top 80 on the ranking tablet. According to the rules of the Academy, you can challenge an inner courtyard disciple. If you win, you can replace that person and become an inner courtyard disciple. Of course, if you lose, you will not lose anything." Lin Tian nodded and looked at the ranking tablet. "You have 2 hours to choose," the deacon said. As soon as the deacon finished speaking, Lin Tian turned his head and said, "I have chosen." "So fast?" The deacon was surprised, but then he understood and shook his head with a smile. "I was shocked by your results and almost forgot. Of course, I don't need to think too much about this. If the disciples in the top 80 wanted to challenge an inner court disciple, then they would naturally choose the person at the end of the inner court. There was no need to hesitate or think about it. After all, challenging the person at the end of the inner court was the easiest and easiest. Quite a number of disciples looked towards the ranking tablet. All of them stared at the 80th ranked name. Lu Qing. This lady is usually quite diligent in her training. 6 months ago, she had barely charged into the inner academy. However, this time around, it is likely that she will be in danger. In the Imperial Courtyard, strength is king. This is something that can't be helped. Someone shook his head. In the crowd, Lu Qing also came. After all, she was the last one. Although she knew that she could not be on the ranking tablet for the time being and did not participate in the competition for 2 consecutive times, she still came to watch the competition. She was afraid that someone would surpass her in the top 80. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, her face became very pale. She knew that she would definitely fall out of the inner courtyard. After all, Lin Tian's name had spread throughout the imperial courtyard. Moreover, Lin Tian was ranked 59th on the ranking tablet, so his combat strength must be much stronger than hers. It's over. Lu Qing murmured, looking a little sad and pitiful. At this moment, on the platform in front of the illusion-killing palace, Lin Tian's voice sounded. I choose Mu Zixiang.